Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. May I please have a confirmation of quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Confirming a quorum.
Okay, we have one item in closed session. City Attorney.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, one item, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the case of Navarez versus the City of Santa Clara et al. in federal court.
All right, do we have any public comment on this closed session item? No one's here in chambers of public. Do we have any online? No? All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session, and we'll be back here at 7 p.m. for the regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Concurrent meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. So could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose any organization that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet in closed session on the Navarez case as listed on the agenda. However, there were no reportable actions.
Thank you. All right, next we have our special continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council, staff, or the public? Continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? Seeing none, we'll move on to our special orders of business. We have 3 this evening. So for our first special order of business, the City of Santa Clara proclaims October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women in the United States. In 2024, an estimated 310,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in women, as well as 2,800 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States. Currently, there are more than 4 million breast cancer survivors in the United States. The 2024 international theme for Breast Cancer Awareness Month is "No one should face breast cancer alone." We encourage our community to spread the word about the importance of early screening and detection for breast cancer. This evening, we are honored to have representatives from Cancer Care Point with us. Cancer Care Point is dedicated to supporting cancer patients, survivors, their families, and caregivers in the Bay Area. I understand that we have Cancer Care Point Executive Director Stephanie Demos, Founding Director Gay Crawford, and board members Sandy Frazier, Tracy Cook, and Teresa Bum here this evening. I now invite Executive Director Stephanie Demos to the podium to say a few words about your organization. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you very much for this honor. We too celebrate Breast Cancer Awareness Month week. We wish very much that we didn't have to. It's such a grim reality in our world today. We also at Cancer Care Point welcome people who have a cancer experience with any cancer whatsoever. We are here because when you hear the words, "it's cancer," there's very little else you can do than hold your breath and try to put together in your mind the thoughts that are racing by. The doctor, he or she, is sitting across from you. They'll be giving you medical information. They'll be sharing some treatment options. But your mind is stopped because you don't know what tomorrow or next month or next year looks like. And so I remember that my first experience with breast cancer was my auntie. And she was one of these ladies that had her hair done twice a week and wore the best clothes and always looked dapper as can be. And she received her diagnosis very shortly after she had the double mastectomy. She lost her hair, which was her crowning glory. And she was never the same again. She lived another 10 years when bone cancer took its toll on her. But what I remember is her essence of being a woman changed so much with that diagnosis. She was never again seen by her husband unclothed. She was never again seen without a wig on. And it wasn't something frivolous. It was that her identity was dramatically changed by this horrible disease. So we invite people to come to Cancer Care Point after they've had the diagnosis for non-medical interventions. So we talk about nutrition, body movement, mind-body exercises, all kinds of things that can help you alleviate the pain and settle the anxiety that is kind of omnipresent once you've had the diagnosis. So we're here in Santa Clara County, we're here in the Bay Area because we are local and this is where our heart is. And so we welcome people with cancer, we welcome survivors, and we welcome the caregivers, the family and the non-family members who assist. And I just wanted to say one moment, that survivor is kind of a misleading tag because when you have cancer, you are forever changed. And you don't necessarily look at life the same way again. I have a dear friend who had a double mastectomy just a few years ago, and she can no longer lift her arms above here. So one of the things we friends do is we have a calendar when we drop by her place to fill her bird feeder so the hummingbirds can come and she can enjoy that respite. So be aware that people, even if they sound like they've been cured, they've heard they've been cured, they still live with things that you can't see. Invisible scars on their heart, on their body, and they need a place to come to get that support. So we offer our support free. We don't charge people because cancer also takes an incredible toll on people financially, regardless of what circumstances they have. And we thank you so much for recognizing Cancer Care Point tonight.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I was going to ask Gay, because you've been coming to this council for decades, if you'd like to say a few words, because it's been decades that you have been, fighting the good fight and informing us about cancer and cancer care and everything. So would you like to say something? I just couldn't let it go to see you today.
Thank you, Lisa. I knew her father. I used to come, and we were advocating then for tobacco control.
Right.
And I remember spit wads coming at me. And so breast cancer has obviously come a long way. We appreciate so much the council's support on this. And our wig bank is probably one of the few in the Bay Area now, totally free. And it provides such an amazing service. So thank you for having us. Really appreciate all of you.
And before I give you this proclamation and we take our picture, how would people get in contact with you, with Cancer Care Point?
CancerCarePoint.org or 408-402-6611.
I don't need cards with gay around.
All right, thank you so much. Could you please join us up here so we have a proclamation for you for Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
You're blocking Raj. There we go. All right, looks good. Hold that, folks. Thank you. Couple more. And one more. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker, you have something to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, it's very timely to hear that it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You know, when I was young, I never thought that cancer would affect my family at all. And 2014, it affected me, and I lost my father from liver cancer. Last week, on October 1st, my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. Cancer affects everybody around here. And I hope cancer takes it, realizes that I only have two parents and I already lost one. And cancer affects women and men. And as we just heard tonight, you know, diagnosis is daily. It's kind of sad to hear things like that daily. So I just say that keep in touch with people that you care about and you love. Make sure they get checked up, and always check on people. So thank you for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. All right, and thank you, ladies, for coming this evening. Bringing awareness is what we need, and prevention. Thank you. All right, so we have for our next special order of business, we have an informational report to introduce a new program called BRAVE in our Santa Clara schools. BRAVE stands for Building Respect and Awareness Through Education. In partnership with the Santa Clara Unified School District, the Santa Clara Police Department is launching this new pilot program, BRAVE, to meet the needs of our youth and to prepare them for challenges they may be experiencing. At this time, I'd like to invite our Santa Clara Police Chief, Pat Nicolai, to the podium to share a little bit more about our new BRAVE program that we're so excited about. Chief Nicolai.
This is something that's very exciting. So one of the worst things to happen during the COVID pandemic was that the schools were canceled, and as a result, the DARE program ceased. And then once schools came back into session, we were so short-staffed that we couldn't continue the DARE program at that time. Additionally, the DARE program was a little bit outdated. It was a lengthy, time-consuming process, and we were looking for something new. So as the saying goes, when one door closes, another door opens. Well, another door opened, and it's a fabulous door. And I'm very excited about this new program, and I'm so glad that I'm able to see it implemented before I retire at the end of the year. So to go into the details of the program, I'd like to ask our new BRAVE officers, Officer Knight, who you might recognize as one of our prior DARE officers, and Officer Cheney, who who was just selected to work with Stephanie in this new program. So I'm going to introduce them to go over details.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, my name is Officer Knight, and this is Officer Cheney. We're back into our school resource officer, or school liaison unit. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background on our new program, BRAVE. So most of you might already know, our department taught DARE in schools for over 40 years. This was taught by uniformed officers. It was in elementary school. It was a 10-week program geared toward our 5th grade students. We also had a curriculum for 7th grade, and that was a 3-week program. And that program was to teach our youth how to be safe, how to make responsible decisions, healthy choices, and to be drug-free. Unfortunately, that curriculum and that material through DARE, it was proprietary, and we couldn't have any deviation to the curriculum without written permission from DARE America. And unfortunately, that material hasn't been updated since 2012. So there became a huge push to create our own customized program for the youth of the city of Santa Clara. So in partnership with the school district and an outside vendor and members from our police department who were former DARE officers, we all came together to devise an outline and a program that was geared to our 4th grade students. And it is called BRAVE, which is Building Respect, Awareness, and Values Through Education. This is the lineup. Instead of a 10-week program, so we don't impact the schools so much, it is actually going to be a 7 lessons that are also completely customizable. We can change and edit them at any time to fit the growing needs of our youth within the city and what staff sees becoming a problem. And that's going to be followed by a graduation ceremony, much kind of similar with DARE. Also with this curriculum, it will be taught in the classroom by uniformed officers. Each student is going to get a workbook that has interactive with our curriculum. Each lesson is going to be involving with PowerPoints, group activities. We have videos from open source, or also we also created videos to match each lesson. And then each student will also get a t-shirt.
Like that.
With our logo on it. This is our new BRAVE logo. Each student will be outfitted with a workbook and a t-shirt, which they're super excited about
Can you
wearing
show the audience?
each
Turn around.
lesson.
Thanks. That's great.
And this, as you can see, this is our BRAVE logo. This is also our BRAVE mascot. His name is Canine Walsh. It's not just the mascot, though, for our program. He is also the mascot for our police department. He will be out at all city and police department events at our booths. He will also be present in our social media content online. And we named him Walsh as a tribute to one of our former Santa Clara police explorers. His name was Sean Walsh. He, unfortunately, was killed in the line of duty in Afghanistan. His dream was to become an officer for the Santa Clara Police Department, and then he also wanted to become a canine officer. So with permission, we reached out to his mother, Cheryl Walsh. She runs Sean's Canines, the foundation that provides canine dogs to police departments, other police agencies. And with her permission, she allowed us to name our mascot Walsh as a tribute to him. And so we also have him here today for you all to get the first introduction of our mascot.
Hi.
I would open the gates. I don't want him to trip, though, as he comes and high fives you all. The official rollout for our program, as you can see our timeline, from September through May is going to be the rollout of our pilot program. So the Santa Clara Unified School District selected 7 schools to be our pilot test schools for this program. We've already rolled out to Central Park, Scott Lane, and Laurelwood starting in September. Some of you have already probably received graduation invitations. There's going to be one at the end of October, and there will be multiple in November. Bracker and Milliken are slotted for their pilot program to begin in January, and then we're still waiting on the last 2 schools to be identified to finish out this pilot program. During the summer, June and July, is going to be a reevaluation of our curriculum to see what worked, what needs to be changed, what needs to be edited or maybe even added. And then our full implementation plan is set for August of next year for all of the schools in the city of Santa Clara, for Santa Clara Unified School District. And we also hope to bring that back to the previous schools that we serviced with DARE, which was St. Clair, St. Justin, St. Lawrence, Granada Islamic, and also Eisenhower. Measuring our success with this program, Santa Clara Unified School District is going to take on this initiative. They are going to administer pre- and post-surveys to the students. They're also going to get teacher feedback for how this program worked in the classroom, and they're also going to submit a California Healthy Kids survey just to kind of test the success of this program. And funding.
All right, back to me for the fun stuff, funding.
Funding.
So where does the money come from for all of this? So prior DARE program was funded jointly between the city, the police department, and the school district. And so we'll be looking to do the same program with the school district right now. The police department has paid all the upfront costs, which, just to give you an idea, it was about $87,000 for the curriculum development and for this incredible mascot. And about $80,000 in staff time. So we currently have 2 school resource officers. We're going to be getting another one in order to do the full implementation, so there'll be that staff cost as well as the materials and supplies for the t-shirts and things like that. Now, we've worked with the school district a lot in this program, and they came up with a lot of great ideas. And, for example, we talked about why it's in the 4th grade.
Yeah, that's good.
And it gives us a chance to watch the kids in the 5th grade when they're in safety patrol. So we'll actually be able to see some follow-up and see if the program is working. So that's one of the inputs that the school district gave up. And what we're going to do is we're going to present this to the school board actually on the 10th, so they'll get this presentation then. So that's the new BRAVE program. So if there's any questions.
Do you have a question or a comment? Okay, go ahead, question.
Since I work in the school district, I have noticed many of the students riding without helmets down the wrong side of the road. Will that bicycle safety be part of this?
I don't know if bicycle safety specifically is in the program, but decision-making is always part of the program. Additionally, we have a traffic unit, and one of our jobs is to monitor traffic in front of schools. So we mainly deal with the parents and the vehicles, but if there are kids riding recklessly, we also contact them.
Councilmember Jang, question?
This is just a comment. My son absolutely loved his DARE officers at Washington Open Elementary. I really like this update because it really brings us to the 21st century where it's not just drug addiction. I mean, so many kids have internet addiction, and we have to teach them healthy habits. And Miss Hardy has this incredible thing in her classroom where she has this board with pockets. And when the kids walk into class, they have to put their phones in each of those pockets. So no phones in the classroom. And the state has now adopted that. So I just think that updating this, it's a great program for the kids, but updating it to include cyberbullying and other types of addiction is very valuable. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all of you, and thank you. It's very nice to meet you, Walsh, and look forward to the program being implemented. I think that with the DARE program being put off to the side, that having a program like this is to add back in is really important, and I think it's definitely missing. I think the kids like it too. They like to have direction. They like to have mentors, to be able to look up to. So they have a wonderful array in front of them right here, and so look forward to hearing the updates as the program rolls out.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. As a student of the former DARE program myself, I'm glad to see this as an update and look forward to hearing what results you get from this.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for taking initiative to design our own program. as you mentioned, that the DARE program was not updated since 2012, which is, we are not keeping up with the time, basically. And this program with inbuilt program-based in-house program will give us a lot of flexibility to change it as we learn from it down the line, basically. So that's a good thing. And thank you for all the time and efforts PD put into this thing. And looking forward to some of those graduations where both the kids as well as the PD is very excited along with us. So looking forward to the program implementation. And sorry this had gone dead during the COVID years, but I'm so happy that it's coming back with a new jail, new program, basically. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yes. Again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much for this program. I think most of the people here said everything, but the update, looking at behaviors and decisions and safety in general, I think is great. I think that going beyond just drugs, making drugs part of the total process and dealing with the other issues that exist in our communities, for children, giving them different ways to to look at their lives and become better. Thank you very much for this.
I've been to so many DARE graduations over the years, and I saw how excited the children were, and the interaction between them and the police department and the officers was just tremendous. I've never seen anything like it, and I was just so upset when we stopped that program for a while. But I'm really happy because this one's going to be even better, because it's our program. It's created by our department, our school district, and it's ours. So with that, thank you so much. I look forward to the first graduation. And I did see Cheryl Walsh was here as well. And I'd like to invite all of you up here to take a photo. Maybe we'll have the council back here because there'll be so many people. And the officers, please come forward. And Cheryl, if you please come forward and stand next to Walsh, that would be super awesome.
Yeah. There's no one between Suds and Anthony, is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Insert.
Couple more of that. And one more. Thanks.
Walsh is welcome to stay for our council meeting. Front row seat. Okay. For our last special order of business this evening, we recognize October 6th through October 12th as Public Power Week. Public Power Week is an annual national observance coordinated by the American Public Power Association. During this week, our city recognizes the importance of public power and the exceptional service provided by our own electric utility, Silicon Valley Power. This week, we commend the hardworking employees and line workers who respond quickly to ensure Santa Clara has reliable power. I also hear that tomorrow, Wednesday, October 9th, City Hall will be showcasing Silicon Valley Power's equipment for a public power community event. Manuel Pineda, and he's already run up to the microphone, Chief Electric Utility Officer at Silicon Valley Power, is here with us today. I invite Manuel to say a few words. Welcome, Manuel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. And I got up here a little early because I wanted to show off our new
I
Public
saw
Power
that.
Week T-shirt. So
Would you
that's
like
why.
to turn around so we can see it all? Thank you.
So thank you so much for the commendation today, and very happy to celebrate Public Power Week. As you know, and as I mentioned, I'm very fortunate to be able to work with the Silicon Valley Power team. And, I always say this and I'll say it again, we might only be that third largest public utility, but we're definitely the best. And there's no question about that. And that's really driven by the team and the people that we work with. And obviously, right, we have all our operational crews who are all there all the time, day, night, 100-degree weather and storms doing the work. But all the people doing the community events, doing the rebates, doing the engineering and all that stuff. I do want to introduce who's with us tonight. We have a few people, and I think Kathleen Hughes, who you all know, really wanted to be here tonight. She really enjoys Public Power Week, and she just texted me that she's going to try to be there tomorrow. But I know she's on Zoom watching, so I wanted to make sure to introduce her. We also have two assistant directors here, Chris Carwick and Deanna Hilbrand. There she is. And in addition, we also have two of our principal engineers, who you know, Allie. She's managing all our capital expansion projects, and Albert, who's in our engineering group. And one of the key things that we do, I think we are leaders in public power, not just in the state, but in the country. And I had the pleasure to present at APPA National Conference a while back, and have received a lot of calls from a lot of people just wanting to talk about what's happening in Santa Clara and what's happening with Silicon Valley Power and our growth. And we've also been leaders in transmission and the transmission issues in the state. It took us a long time to get new power into the city. We just recently heard that the power line that we worked 3 years to get to the city is going to be increased, hopefully, approved by the board from 500 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. And while we talk a lot about all of our groups all the time, I do just want to acknowledge Albert's group. Albert's the principal engineer who oversees all our modeling. And we don't talk about I love modeling, but we don't talk about modeling every day just because, it's not that exciting to a lot of people, but it was really his team's efforts over the last 3 years and over the last year to really help lead SVP in the entire state, working with all our other departments, divisions. So very proud of the entire group, very happy that some of them could join me today. As always, just very proud to be able to be part of the group, being kind of Chief Electric Utility Officer now since 2019, and a lot of exciting stuff, a lot of exciting work, a lot of challenging work, as you know. But there's no utility as good as Silicon Valley Power, and it's my pleasure to be able to be in that role and work with such wonderful people.
Thank you. Director Pineda, can you tell us what's happening tomorrow for the public?
Yes, so we're having an event outside in the parking lot. We're going to have a lot of our equipment out there. We're going to have our customer people out here as well, kind of helping promote some of the programs we have. We definitely have stickers, so you'll be able to get some pretty cool stickers. Yes,
for stickers.
Yeah. So and there'll be food. We'll just be having a good time.
The time of it?
It starts at
Is it
11 o'clock to 1, I believe. Yes, 11 to 1, sorry.
1,
Yeah.
so come at lunchtime.
Yes.
Everyone.
And, we'll have we'll have a lot of the people there. The crews will be there. We do like to show off the equipment as well. It's wonderful to do that. So if you have an opportunity, stop by. Love to talk to you, ask questions, and wish you have a really good showing from the entire team. So
Is there something, a vehicle that's special that you're showing off tomorrow?
We are.
Or is
we are
that a
showing
secret?
Our new,
No?
It's our new electric F-150 with its brand new Silicon Valley Power wrap as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so we have that also. We'll be there tomorrow. So very excited about it, and very happy to be here. And I appreciate, as always, the council is very supportive of our team, especially our operations crew. So we always appreciate it, and I always communicate back to them how appreciated they are.
Well, and thank you so much to Silicon Valley Power and everyone working in Silicon Valley Power for keeping our power on and keeping our residents safe. My power went off, a few weeks ago, and in the middle of the night, there they were, the crew is working hard, and getting it on as quickly as possible. I mean, I'm so proud of our electric utility and everyone that works for Silicon Valley Power. So if you'd like to, everyone that's here, join the council up here for a group photo, we can take that.
And I hope you all got your T-shirts.
We did. Do we wear them tomorrow? Is that the?
Good. Couple more. One more, please. Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to move on to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Does the council have any items to pull, or any member of the public or the staff? City Clerk?
There's one hand up. Linda's iPhone.
Okay, Linda, on consent calendar? Go ahead, please.
It's not on the consent calendar. It is just, I wanted to know where the SV power was going to be, and I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay, it's right here at City Hall, 1500 Warburton Avenue, in the parking lot, right outside the council chambers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Hope to see you tomorrow. All right, so if not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal, to approve the consent calendar. Please register your vote.
Councilmember,
Vice Mayor Becker, you can't, yours isn't working.
Yes.
thank
There's always one. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we'll move to public presentations, and these are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk?
Okay. So we have our first speaker, Brent Gann, and he will have 9 minutes. He has time being given to him from Josh Stevens. He is a registered San Francisco 49ers lobbyist, as well as Elijah, another lobbyist representing San Francisco 49ers.
Are they both in the audience?
Yes, they are here.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, please. Welcome.
Slide deck. Is there a slide deck?
Yes, they'll get it up for you. Mike? Oh, thank you. No,
Wrong item.
wrong one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Brent Gann. I'm a manager of accounting for the 49ers Stadium Management Company. I'm a certified public accountant in the state of California. I am not a registered lobbyist. I'm here to speak with you about the Stadium Authority annual audited financial statements approved by this council at the last meeting on September 24th. Start with a brief introduction. My team and I work in close partnership with Stadium Authority Treasurer Ken Lee and his staff. We meet weekly with finance staff to discuss a variety of topics such as CapEx projects at the stadium, vendor management and payment processing, post-event reporting for non-NFL events, and mandatory quarterly and annual reports. We also maintain the shared financial management system, which has been a powerful new tool for collaboration between our team and the Stadium Authority staff. We implemented the FMS in 2022 to improve real-time financial transparency for the non-NFL events, shared stadium expenses, and SBL accounting ledgers, which Stadium Authority staff can access at any time they so choose. My team processes thousands of transactions each year through the FMS, all of which are accompanied by supporting documentation such as invoices, contracts, and bank records to substantiate every dollar and cent earned or paid for on behalf of the Stadium Authority. This board deserves credit for pushing to implement the FMS, which allows your staff to better respond to your requests and improves their understanding of the financial activity at the stadium. An update on the continued success of Levi's Stadium events. FY 22-23 was the most profitable year for non-NFL events in the stadium's history, and I'm happy to report we have followed up that year in 23-24 with nearly identical success. The $9.9 million profit figure you see here includes non-NFL ticket surcharge and absorbs a significant loss for the canceled soccer match in July 2023, which was projected to be a lucrative event for the Stadium Authority. Cancellation was out of our control, and had that event taken place, these results very likely would have outperformed 22-23. I would like to note, however, that all Stadium Authority expenses in association with the canceled event have since been reimbursed by an insurance recovery earlier this fiscal year. As a result of the timing, the full reimbursement of costs will be recognized in the 24-25 financial statements. Lastly, I'd like to note that in 2023, we made use of 2 curfew waivers for both the Beyonce and Karol G concerts, driving millions in additional revenue and strong profits for the Stadium Authority. Not to mention the indirect benefits these world-class artists bring to Santa Clara local businesses when they perform at the stadium. We've already made use of 1 curfew waiver for next summer in June for one of the Metallica concerts. In addition to the success of non-NFL events, the financial condition of the Stadium Authority remains strong through FY 23-24. The Stadium Authority continues to generate reliable operating revenues through various revenue streams, pay down its debt, and fund stadium reserve accounts well ahead of schedule, all while generating operating cash flows of nearly $50 million. The financial success of the Stadium Authority has allowed for additional contributions to the Santa Clara General Fund beyond the annual ground lease and senior and youth fee payments. Looking ahead to 24-25, we project yet another successful year for the Stadium Authority. Based on the year-to-date activity, we are currently projecting the Stadium Authority will generate $22 million in excess cash flow, resulting in $13.5 million going to the City General Fund. That General Fund contribution will include multiple years of performance rent released from litigation reserve as a result of the May 2024 settlement agreement. We'll conclude with a note about the KPMG audit. KPMG is an internationally renowned Big Four accounting and auditing firm whose clients include multiple federal agencies, state governments, and Fortune 500 companies. Stadium Authority Treasurer Ken Lee said at your last meeting, KPMG issued an unmodified or clean opinion, just as they have for every year they have audited the financial statements since the stadium opened. An unmodified or unqualified opinion is issued when an independent auditor concludes that the entity's financial statements are presented fairly and in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. The auditor had no reservations about the financial statements and was able to perform the work required of them without limitation to relevant financial information and source documentation. To be clear, an unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance an auditor can provide in connection with an audit, and it's the best possible outcome. We work with your staff throughout the audit process to provide KPMG with any information or documentation they need to complete their work. And while we are happy to collaborate on these audits, part of the value of the FMS is that all the source documentation that KPMG utilizes in issuing their opinion is available to your staff 24/7 on the platform. In addition to their work on the annual financial statements, KPMG performed an additional engagement known as an agreed-upon procedures to confirm the reliability and accuracy of shared stadium and other general and administrative expenses reported by Manco. The auditors performed independent sampling and testing procedures over the FY 22-23 Stadium Authority expenses, which were comprised of over 1,700 transactions, included approximately 6,300 expense distributions for a total of $16.8 million Stadium Authority share of the stadium expenses in that year. In their testing, KPMG identified only a single finding: a missed employee incentive bonus of $50, resulting in a $25 undercharge to the Stadium Authority. The finding was determined to be an isolated incident and has since been corrected. No material accounting error has ever been identified by an independent auditor, public agency, or Stadium Authority staff through examination of stadium manager accounting records and the underlying documentation. In closing, I'd like to again reiterate that from a financial standpoint, these past 2 years have been the most successful years for the SCSA since the stadium opened, with the current year well on its way to continuing this trend. Stadium Authority and the General Fund will continue to see significant benefits from stadium activity into the future, and we look forward to continuing our partnership to make this happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And this is a public presentation, so we're not allowed to engage in any discussion about an item. But I just have to say one thing, Mr. Gann, is that we had this item on at our last city council meeting, so that would have been the appropriate time to come so that we could engage and ask questions. But thank you for your presentation. Armando? Is Armando here? Please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and fellow members of the Santa Clara City Council. So once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak sorry, tongue-tied.
No, that's okay.
For the opportunity to speak with you. My name again is Armando Murillo, and I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 405 here in the South Bay. I'm here to address the critical need for labor standards in the upcoming projects planned for our beautiful city of Santa Clara. Whether the project is public or private, labor standards should never be overlooked. A fundamental standard is healthcare for construction workers. Construction is one of the most dangerous occupations in the U.S., and I find it deeply concerning that healthcare is often not guaranteed for those putting their safety on the line every day. Workers deserve to know that their health and well-being are prioritized. Another essential labor standard that should be adopted is the requirement to hire workers from accredited apprenticeship programs. These programs help cultivate the next generation of skilled workers, ensuring that the workforce remains strong, knowledgeable, and prepared for the challenge ahead. It's not just about building projects, but about building a future for workers. Santa Clara has an opportunity to get this right, and I'm fully committed to attending every meeting necessary to remind this body of the importance of labor standards, and I urge you to consider this measure seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming. All right, next we have Satish. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. So today I stand before you to address a pressing concern that has been on the minds of many residents, specifically for District 1, the influence of the 49ers management and Jet York in our local elections. It's no secret that this elections season has been rife with scandalous surveys designed to undermine legitimate candidates while propping up those backed by the 49ers. With a staggering $1.6 million invested by DiBartolo 49ers Political Action Committee, it's clear that the intent is to sway votes and secure a city council that aligns with their interests. When was the last time a representative stepped into the chamber to bring good news or positive initiatives? Instead, we are seeing representatives appear only at election day approaches, waving a white flag and asking for our trust. How convenient that this gesture comes just when they need our votes. The residents of this community are not blind. They are reading the playbook. They know that we need solutions that benefit us, not the interests of a single corporation. We are calling for transparency, integrity, and a commitment to the people of this city. As we look ahead, let me be clear. We are not just aiming to win a football championship. We are determined to win for our community. We deserve representatives who prioritize our needs, not those of Jedok and his management team. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary, is Gary here? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to address this, well, first off, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the public and to yourselves tonight. I am here as a retired employee from Santa Clara, a former union president, but mostly as a resident of the city of Santa Clara. Any of my opinions tonight are based on my experiences, and they are not a official comment of any union that represents any of the employees of Santa Clara. I'm here to talk about a former member of the leadership team who was dismissed in 2022 for good reason, but she now appears to be active in the city politics once again. That is Deanna Santana. During her time in Santa Clara, Deanna Santana substantially damaged Santa Clara's reputation as a great city to live and work in by destroying the morale of the city workers and plunging the city into a $20+ million deficit. Under her tenure, the city's Human Resources Department was weaponized against workers. Multiple workers' rights violations were brushed off. Complaints were unanswered or ignored by HR and the upper management known as the executive leadership team. The Human Resources Department continues under Deanna's hand-picked director to push aside their primary duties of protecting the city against potential liabilities by supporting the reckless decisions of the executive leadership team. She attempted to blame the catastrophic drop in city staff morale on the pandemic and other factors, ignoring the key role that she and her overpaid executive leadership team played in the demise of the city morale, of the employee morale. Her high compensation alone, $750,000 a year, made headlines as one of the highest in the state, while behind the scenes, she was highly toxic and damaging to work with. It has come to my attention that she is now supporting multiple candidates for the city council, once again aligning herself with the mayor. Voters should be wary of any candidate who accepted her support and ask whether they understand the damage the former city manager has done to the city of Santa Clara. Santana's motivations and for this political involvement. She does not live or work in the city of Santa Clara. Teresa O'Neill, David Curtis, Satish Chandra, and Kelly Cox have accepted donations from Deanna Santana. Make no mistake, should these folks be elected and consider bringing back Santana in any capacity whatsoever, Santa Clara would be far, far worse off for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. At the last meeting, I spoke to you about how the best way to resolve our financial deficits was cost cutting. I did that by a process of elimination. In that regard, I urged the council to have our finance director, Ken Lee, provide the council, not me, with the 20-year growth curve charts for A, our city revenues, B, our city payroll, and C, our city repair expenditures. I wanted him to provide this basic data to you and the public, not just me. Why? Because this is a critical, cutting-edge subject for our city and most of the cities of our state, as these two recent front-page, chart-filled articles from the San Jose Mercury clearly demonstrate. This one is called Payroll Cost Among Highest in California. It's referring to public employees. It has nice charts and has the curves that I was looking for as well. And that was dated recently, September 14th, 2024. Again, another front page article from the Mercury says city worker costs have skyrocketed. It's dated August 23rd, 2024. Santa Clara has some mentions in it. So these two articles emphasize that this is a key topic for all municipalities in our state, not excluding our own state. San Jose Mercury, as you probably know, does not do these type of articles very often, maybe once every 6 weeks on diverse subjects. It did these two, as I just mentioned, within 3 weeks of each other. It's a key thing. So my purpose of coming back to you again tonight on this matter is to emphasize that I want the information I have just described provided to you and the public, not just me. There seemed to be some confusion about that at the last meeting after I had spoken to you. And I wanted to emphasize, I want you to have the information. I want the public to have the information. I'm not doing a senior thesis or a doctoral dissertation. This is key information that I want our city to have. Also, it was suggested at the last meeting that Mr. Lee didn't have the time to provide this key information to me or presumably anybody. However, I cannot imagine that Mr. Lee doesn't already have this basic info at his fingertips. What finance director wouldn't have this info? I just want this vital information to now also be at your fingertips and to be known to the public, because this is a front page matter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 2669. 2669.
Good evening. My name is James Rowan. The Gordian knot of Greek mythology was not cut by Alexander the Great. It was unraveled. And as you know, the Gordian knot put the northern Turkey and various other places of Asia in chaos. When he unraveled it, he then, by mythology, became the ruler of Asia. The Gordian knot in Santa Clara politics for the last 20 years has been the development of independent expenditure committees, first started by the San Francisco 49ers, Ed McGovern, and Rich Robinson, and the famous Blue Pack. Interestingly, the POA used their funds to fight Blue Pack, which attacked both Mr. Jane and Mr. Becker. Now they're attacking the POA. Oh, they'll never get to be any gratitude. Anyway, what could handle the development of these independent expenditure committees? Obviously, ethics commissions. Ethics commissions around the state work very hard, especially in San Francisco, to curtail secrecy. As a matter of fact, the San Francisco Ethics Commission fines the San Francisco 49ers consultant, Bear Star Strategies, for not disclosing what they did in the Santa Clara elections 2 years ago. So there you have it. Interestingly, the San Diego Ethics Commission was started by a mental health advocate, a real one, not the one, Kevin Park, that was created by the San Francisco 49ers Independent Expenditure Committee. Interestingly, no one in Santa Clara County Mental Health knows any advocacy of Kevin Park, but it's not on his website, it's on the 49ers website for Kevin Park. Well, God love you and God love the city of Santa Clara, but the interesting thing is that Kevin Park opposed ethics commissions for 20 years as a resident because he didn't like the people proposing it. That's very mature. We can all hope for an ethics commission and ethics to unravel the Gordian knot that's been in Santa Clara. Interestingly, the 49ers report was done on public presentations tonight. One of the questions that could have been asked of them 2 weeks ago was why the 49er headquarters, 49 Centennial Boulevard, is used as the address for the Independent Expenditure Committee opposing Kelly Cox and supporting the ghost candidate, George Guerra. 2 years ago, and 4 years ago, it was for Anthony Becker. I guess he's sort of been dropped.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Carolyn Schuck, and I have the weekly. Are they the same or two separate? All right, Carolyn, go ahead, please.
I would like to donate 3 minutes to the weekly to Angie Tolliver.
Okay, Angie, go ahead, please. You have 6 minutes. Hello? Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Angie Tolliver, and for the last 25 years, I've been the editor-in-chief of the Santa Clara Weekly. I'm here this evening to address the reckless and slanderous statements made by Council Member Kathy Watanabe during the September 24th Council meeting. In her capacity as District 1 representative, Ms. Watanabe made the false and baseless accusations that this publication, The Weekly, paid for flyer distribution for City Council candidate Harbir Bhatia. Ms. Watanabe alleged the following conversation with a delivery person. Quote, I said, by the way, who's paying you to pass out these flyers? And he said, the Santa Clara Weekly. And he says, yeah, they give us these carriers to carry everything and to pass them out. And I said, well, good luck to you. And he went on his way. And I went home and looked into this issue, unquote. This statement is verbatim and can be confirmed by watching the city's own YouTube channel. Ms. Watanabe's comments were based solely on an alleged discussion, and I emphasize the word alleged, with an employee of a distribution company, not the owner, nor did she have any communication with the Weekly to verify any of her claims. I personally contacted the owner of the delivery company the following morning, and the two of us spoke with that employee. The employee remembered being approached and also remembered the conversation. He said he was asked what company he delivered for, and he replied with the name of the business owner. He was then asked what else he delivered, and he said the Santa Clara Weekly. Let me be very clear. The Weekly does not endorse candidates, the Weekly does not make political donations, and the Weekly did not financially support the flyer distribution for the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce or Ms. Bhatia. Ms. Watanabe misconstrued comments to fit her own narrative. She used her position on the dais to make a slanderous statement. By speaking out of turn in her official role, she elevated the hearsay so it was picked up by a blog known to favor Ms. Watanabe. That blog went on to amplify her untruths the following day. Make no mistake, the comments were slander. They were designed to undermine the credibility of the Weekly, a publication that's been critical of her in the past and is critical of the candidate that she has selected to replace her. As a member of the City Council, Ms. Watanabe pledged to uphold certain ethical and behavioral standards, many of which she broke with her reckless comments that evening. The behavioral standards for council members states that council members must avoid making hasty, ill-informed decisions based on politics, bias, faulty assumptions, and half-truths. It also says they must avoid concealing, fabricating, or spinning the truth, and they must avoid using hearsay from a third party as their sole basis for making a decision. Ms. Watanabe fabricated the truth and then spun it to fit a narrative that she felt was in her best interest. She misused her position of power. I reiterate, this was slander. It was intentional and designed to hurt this publication. We have contacted the city and demanded a public apology from Councilmember Watanabe from the dais, as she so willingly made the comments from the same platform. To date, she has not replied, and so I've come to public comment to set the record straight. Once again, the Weekly demands a public apology from Ms. Watanabe for the lies in which she spoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public presentations? here in the council chambers? Online? Nothing? All right, we're going to move on then. So next, we're going to have our next item, which is item number 4. You know what? I'm going to ask that we go to item number 5 because there's a lot of people here in the audience, I believe, that are here for that item, and I see we have young children. So we're going to go to item number 5, which is action on a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and route approval for the Silicon Valley Power 115 kilovolt transmission line from the northern receiving station to the Kiefer receiving station. City Manager? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I own a property within 1,000 feet of Kiefer receiving station, so I'll have to recuse from this item. So I'll leave the dice.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. City Clerk, you have that? All right, thank you. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. As you know, investing in public infrastructure is critically important, as well as replacing aging equipment. The city continues to move forward on system expansions for Silicon Valley Power, and tonight we will be discussing a 115 kV transmission line, which is a key project among with 3 other projects related to Silicon Valley Power receiving stations. As you may recall, on March 19th, sitting as the City Council, you received an informational report regarding the 115 kV project and the preferred route. Staff is here tonight with our consultant team to present the results of the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act analysis, as well as the results of robust community outreach for the project. Presenting tonight's presentation will be Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer, and we'll talk a lot about 115 kV transmission lines, and so Manuel will go over the key components of the transmission line as well as the preferred routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, Director Pineda.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A pleasure to be speaking to you again tonight. I want to note that we do have the team with us today, and I will be sharing the presentation with Oliver Barrs, who's with ECI, and he will be doing a section of the presentation, and Grace Weeks with Aspen Environmental Group will be doing a section of the presentation as well. So I'll start, trade it off, and then I'll finish it off. Thank you. So this is a fairly long presentation, and I'll try to focus on the key items for you tonight. I know we have spoken about this project previously, but from an agenda perspective, give you some background. We'll then jump into the project description and overview, talk about the CEQA process and public comment summary, and Grace will do that section. We'll do the electric field or EMF analysis, and Oliver will do that section, and I'll come back and talk to you about the project schedule and recommendation. So from a electric system growth perspective, we have talked a lot about it in the past, but obviously we have a lot of people in the audience today, so I just want to hit on some key points. That SVP continues to grow, and as you know, we have a lot of projects that are coming online that will require additional power. We recorded a new peak load of 705 megawatts in July of 2024. That's like our 3rd peak in the last few years. We actually had a new peak just recently in October of 718, and just today, I believe, we had a new peak of 720. So the growth is happening, and it continues, and we certainly have a number of large customers who are still coming online. In September 2021, the City Council accepted SVP's 3-year system growth plan. That was kind of to start the process. And in November 2022, it was the system expansion plan. And that includes 5 projects, and we talked at length before, so I'm not going to go into all the details. But as the city manager mentioned, we have our receiving stations. We have KRS and SRS that are being fully rebuilt to replace obsolete structure and also increase capacity. We have NRS that's being not fully rebuilt, but being upgraded, also to replace some infrastructure, but also to increase capacity. We have the LS Power transmission line, which is not our project, but it's the project that will bring additional transmission to the city. It's the one I talked about earlier today that took us about 3 years of work from our team to kind of get that through the process. And ultimately, we had the 150 kV transmission line, which is the project we're going to talk about today. So high-level status of projects on SRS and KRS, 90% is saying it's underway. Material procurement has started and continues, and we anticipate beneficial use of completion for all those projects in 2028. For NRS, we're at 60% design underway. Same again with the material procurement. We've spoken at length about that, and anticipated beneficial use is 2027. I also want to note I was here about a month ago talking about bond financing. We have gone through that process. That's scheduled to close next week. And I do want to note we've received very positive feedback and significant interest from the markets on SVP. So that moves forward, and we'll be closing next week. The CAISO transmission line is the one that's connecting from PG&E Newark to our NRS station. And that is not our line. It's privately owned by LS Power. They'll own and operate it. And their current target in-service date is 2028. So aligns with all our other projects. We're either ahead or at the same time of that. As it was communicated to the council just recently, a couple of weeks ago, SVP was informed that CAISO is going to recommend the line be upgraded from 500 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. So as you know, I've been communicating to you. You're hearing the feedback about additional power and customer needs. So we've been working over the last many months and years we had the initial line, but trying to enhance that line. And that project's actually going to the CAISO board in November 2024 for their consideration. Comments were actually due today, and based on kind of our policy directions, we were supportive of it, but also want to ensure that they continue moving forward on the project. In addition to that, we have also been informed that CAISO is going to explore even additional transmission opportunities towards Santa Clara and the Bay Area. So that is a 2025 discussion, and I've spoken to the council before about we're going to have some discussions in 2025 about policy discussions about growth, and as soon as we can catch our breath on all these projects, I'll be in front of council to start talking to you about that. So the 150 kV transmission line is a new overhead transmission line, approximately 2.25 miles between NRS and KRS. And this is a needed project to accommodate approved and under construction load growth. So it's not for future growth, it does accommodate some, but we have existing projects that are already approved and under construction that require this growth. The purpose of the line is to transfer additional power, but also to redistribute load. So as we have that new transmission coming into NRS, we're able to redistribute that power to the rest of the city. The key component of this is that our system operating limit, or SOL, if we don't build this transmission line, even with the other $400 million worth of projects, our system operating limit will be limited to 819. As I communicated to you as part of the last biannual report, the most recent number we have for the system operating limit is 1,300 megawatts. So you can see how significant the project is for that full $500 million expansion plus the transmission line. Construction is estimated to take approximately 14 months, and right now we're in schedule to be completed sometime in early 2028, so aligns with NRS, KRS, SRS, and the LS Power transmission line. As you know, we spoke to you in March 2024, and we considered 3 routes, and obviously we have to make that specific connection, so we looked at what was feasible, and we did an assessment to ultimately come up with a proposed project. We had what's Route B, which is the orange one, but was also down Lafayette. That was intended to be in the UPR right away, but it was just way too narrow, and there was really no place to put all the equipment that we needed. In addition to that, even if we're able to, it would require coordination with the UPR as well as easements and permits from them, and that would be even if feasible, right? And I worked with the railroad for many years in previous lives. Even if feasible, it would add years and years to the project. So it would not meet that 2028 schedule. Route C was also considered and eliminated. It would be the majority along the creek boundaries, replacing the existing 60 kV line where we have it. There's already existing transition on that adjacent to the creek, in some cases on both sides of the creek. The issue with that one was really easements and permitting. So it's really unknown, working with the water district, if permits would be feasible or the easements is something we could get. I'm always very respectful of other organizations, right? And I always tell people the water district's goals and priorities are not SVP's goals and priorities. They have different goals and priorities that they have to make sure that they're prioritizing over our needs. So based on the need for their permitting based on need for their easements, we did not think that would be feasible. And just to give you a perspective, we recently needed a small easement from the water district just to put an aerial line over a creek. No poles. We redesigned it to remove the poles because we cannot get the permit for the poles within their property. And just that one easement that was worth $400 took us a year and a half. So that's just the reality, right? Once again, they want to make sure they protect their facilities and kind of what their priorities are. So that would definitely not meet the 2028 schedule. I would expect it would add multiple years, even if feasible. And lastly, we had the Route 8, which is down Lafayette, 4-lane roadway with a railroad and a median. And that's the project we analyzed in the ISM&D. So that project, Route A, is 2.24 miles, and we break it up into two segments. We have the northern segment, which is from NRS to Agnew, which is about 3/4 of a mile. And that segment, as we discussed, we were going to explore both overhead and underground options, although I gave you some feedback at the time of some of the concerns that we had. That goes down Lafayette Street, and he goes in the median of the 4-lane roadway on the east side of the tracks. On the southern segment, we only looked at an aerial option because we heard some concerns from the council. We actually relocated to where the existing transmission lines were at, so we'd replace existing transmission lines where available, and would continue down Lafayette, down Bassett, then down Duane Avenue. So the overhead northern segment is preferred, and you can see a graphic of what it would look like. It would be approximately 9 new poles within center median of Lafayette Street. There are residential development on both sides, and as you know, we received a lot of feedback, and I know there's a lot of people who are going to speak on the project today. So that was a huge component of it. Gives you additional details on the height and average length of the poles. One key thing is that it's within existing right-of-way, so no easements are needed. There's minimal utility relocation, and we would definitely try to minimize landscape and tree removals. Key component comparing aerial to overhead to underground is that the overhead alternative does give options for future growth opportunities with what we call an underbuild, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So we also did study the underground northern segment. We had some engineering work done, potholing and a few other things. And what we determined is there's some serious constraints with constructability, schedule, and power deliverability. And I shared this with you before, but I do want to go over some of the key points. One of the key points is there are an existing 25 utilities on that corridor already underground. Utility spacing might not be met, and of those 25 utilities, 2 of them are 3 transmission gas lines, one for DVR and one for PG&E. So that means if it is feasible, we would have to coordinate that transmission for DVR at a period where we can shut down the facility. So certainly, it wouldn't be during the summer and during any peak periods where the power is needed, not just for us, but for the entire area. But more importantly, the PG&E facility would be very significant from a schedule perspective. PG&E would be required to design the project. They would be required to build the project. We had initial conversations with PG&E, and they said just for that part, it would take 2 to 3 years. Realistically, we're probably talking about 5 years plus. And once again, to give you context, as part of NRS, KRS, and SRS, we actually have to work with PG&E because of interconnection points. And at this point, looking at Ali for verification here, but I think we're up to 2 years for them to try to kind of coordinate their comments and review our plans. So we're keep moving forward with the projects. We just had a meeting with them last week. I would say that meeting was very positive. And once again, being respectful of PG&E, their priorities are not our priorities, but we deal with the reality. So a relocation of a transmission gas line is something they would have to design, something they would have to build. We would have to work around their schedule, would add years to the process. So I talked already about the schedule, I'm not going to hit on those points again. The power delivery was also a key component for us. The fact that we can deliver up to 83% of the power of overhead at 150 kV due to limited heat dissipation. What that means is that if you go underground due to heat dissipation, you will deliver less power. So that gives us less opportunity to be able to meet the customer needs for approved and entitled customers. In addition to that, we're designing the facility to be energized at 115, but constructed at 230, meaning it has an opportunity for growth. But also we're designing it so an additional 115 kV could be added in the bottom part of the pole. All those projects would be separate projects. They would require their own outreach, their own coordination. We don't know when or if those projects would be needed. But the reason we're doing that is because if we ever have to do something, we don't want to kind of have all the construction disturbance that would occur by rebuilding the same project over again. One of the items that has come up as well, and we talked about in March, is aesthetics. So while definitely there's going to be 9 poles, new poles on Lafayette, I do want to note that the underground alternative is not without poles. So what you're seeing here on the right is you have to have a riser pole when you go underground and a riser pole when the line comes back out. So a pole similar to this would have to be installed when we first go underground on the north side, and then when we first come out of the ground on Agnew so we can go overhead again. So certainly it's not 9 poles, but it does require some facilities. And although not the reason for us to do it, the cost would be more, and that does not include the PG&E costs. So for the comparison of options, I'll leave the slide to speak for itself since I hit so many of those points already, and that gives you more details. I'll focus on the next slide. Our 3 key items was schedule. So we have 3 projects that are going to be done either in 2028 or 2027, NRS, KRS, SRS, and LS Power. We want to make sure we align on that schedule. We're not pushed 5-6 years out. We also want to have the ability to accommodate additional future growth. As you know, we have those conversations with customers, and also we want to maximize transmission capacity, and we have some additional items as well. I also want to note that with the transmission, right, which I talked up front, and it took us many years to get, that transmission is not committed to us. So if there's delays in our projects, if other projects can come along and use that power before we do, they can certainly do that. So for us, part is serving our customers, but also part is being able to take advantage of the transmission that we kind of worked multiple years to get. So the southern segment, I'm going to hit that a lot quicker. We only studied the overhead alternative. There's existing transmission lines, and we replace those transmission lines whenever we can. East side of Lafayette Street, west side of Bassett Street. We would go down Montague. At Montague, we would continue on the west side of Bassett, and then the final 980 feet of transmission line would be along Duane Avenue, and would also replace the line. As you can tell, we are trying to minimize the number of new poles we're installing. This will be taller poles, but because it's a bigger facility. But in some case, we're installing 7, removing 9, then 11, and 7 and 3. So we're adding some new poles, but we're trying to keep it as equal as possible. So that completes kind of the background and the overview. And before I hand it over to Grace to go over the CEQA, I do want to note, and obviously, right, it's very important to us to have robust community outreach. So as part of our process, we did a lot of items that were not required by CEQA, but we thought it was important for us to do just to make sure we were getting all the feedback, and the team has done a wonderful job at doing that. But also because we know there were questions that people wanted answered. So we wanted to be as responsible as possible. So I just want to say that we tried to do as much as we can to communicate. So we added project scoping meetings and scoping reports in addition to what was required. We did an EMF report. That's not part of CEQA, but certainly a big item for the community. So we wanted to be responsive to that. We had additional engagement meetings as part of this process. And then we provided written responses to everything not required, just because we wanted to be clear about kind of the work that we had done and also respect people's opinions and perspectives. So with that, I'll hand it over to Grace.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Grace Weeks. I'm an environmental scientist and project manager at Aspen Environmental Group. Let's see, I'll go on to the next slide. This is a diagram of the CEQA process. We're way down at the bottom in City Council right now, but it gives us an overview of the public involvement process in CEQA. So the scoping comment period, like Manuel said, we did 2 scoping meetings for a 50-day public scoping comment period. And we also did a public engagement comment period on the draft ISM&D. So this is an overview of the contents of a draft ISM&D. Most of these are standard, but we did want to highlight the additional items that we added in response to these public involvement opportunities. So for during scoping, this helped us guide our draft ISM&D. So we were able to add a discussion in the project description of EMFs, as well as EMF report, like Manuel said. And we also summarized all of the comments and the entire scoping process that we had, and that was included in Appendix F. So this summarizes the contents of the final ISM&D. And this was shaped by the comments on the draft ISM&D. So we get comments and we incorporate them into each document. So the final ISM&D incorporated the responses to comments that we received on the draft ISM&D in Section 7. We also included all the copies of the public comments in an appendix, and then made a few revisions to the body of the ISM&D in response to the topics that were raised in these comments on the draft ISM&D. So this presents the comments that we received during scoping. Some of these were not included in the body of the ISM&D, rather they were included in the scoping report because they're not in the scope of CEQA. But all of these are listed where we incorporated them into the draft ISM&D, like we said. It shaped our document, and the rest were included in our scoping report, which still responded to them. It's just not in the body because there aren't CEQA guidelines for them per se. And then this is the summary of the draft ISM&D comments we received. We received, let's see, 78 public comment letters, and 74 of them were very similar. So we were able to create some general responses that summarized the concern and responded to each one of those. So some of these weren't in the scope of CEQA, again, like the scoping comments. So those are included in Section 7 response to comments. They're still responded to. They're just not, in the main body. But the rest of them are included in the impact areas and where they're listed up top. So I'll pass it on to Oliver.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Oliver Barris. I'm an associate engineer with Electrical Consultants Incorporated. We performed the EMF study, and I'm here to talk a little bit more about that, what we did as part of that study, and some of the results that we found. So to give an overview, EMF stands for electric and magnetic fields. The study in this case focused on magnetic field strengths because electric fields, and again, stepping back a little bit, electric and magnetic fields are both created by the flow of electricity. They're present in all electronic devices, electricity, everywhere you can find it. In particular, for power facilities, there's a lot of energy going through those facilities themselves, and so there's a little bit more attention on the magnetic and electric fields generated by those. Electric fields are blocked, or can be blocked, by multiple different things, solid objects or any objects, trees, buildings, that's what we list off here. Magnetic fields, on the other hand, are able to pass through most materials, and so that's why the focus on EMF discussions typically revolves around magnetic fields. One thing I will note too, before we get into the actual study itself, is the transmission line that we're reviewing here, the proposed transmission line, would largely produce the same levels of magnetic and electric fields no matter where it's placed, overhead or underground. Magnetic fields, like I said, they're not blocked by ground, for example. Electric fields would be, or other materials, but wherever this transmission line is placed, it will be generating largely the same amount of, the same magnitude of magnetic and electric fields. The difference here, and this is one thing that the study kind of highlights, or one of the key points of the study, is that your exposure to magnetic and electric fields drops off with distance. The farther you are away from the source, the lower the strength of the magnetic or electric field. So the study itself looked at the proposed route and broke it into 19 unique segments based on the existing facilities that are already out there. This includes existing distribution and transmission facilities using data provided by SVP. You can see on this slide, we have an example of one of those segments. This is actually segment 2 on the northern section of the route. On the left-hand side is a 12 kV circuit that already exists. And on the right-hand side, where we've labeled 0 below ground there, is where the proposed transmission line would be in relation to this existing distribution facility. The EMF study took magnetic field strengths, or modeled magnetic field strengths, starting at the center line, or point 0 here, moving out to 60 feet away from either side of the transmission line in 10-foot increments. And the strengths of the magnetic field were reported from a measurement height above the ground level at 1 foot. So if you were to imagine, if you were standing out there at the proposed transmission line location, 0 is right underneath the proposed transmission line, and 3 feet above ground, you would be measuring the magnetic field strength, move 10 feet away, and so on, until you get out to 60 feet. We're using data from SVP. We use the existing loads as a reported for 2024 for the existing distribution facilities, and the proposed load in the transmission line for a future 2028 date. And we provided the magnetic field strengths for both the existing and the future conditions across that 120-foot range. This slide here focuses in on segments 1 through 3, and I'll point out that segments 2 and 3 repeat. This is actually that 12 kV distribution line that we saw transitioning between overhead and underground as it travels along Lafayette. The ISMND includes the full report and the full results of the study, but here we're highlighting specifically the future 2028 loads with the proposed transmission line 60 feet east of the center line, which puts it right at about, I think the closest approach to a residential building is one building comes within 58 feet of the transmission line. So the 60 feet is covering essentially up to any of the buildings on the east side of the transmission line. Note the units for the magnetic field strength are in milligauss. That is one of the units. Gauss is one of the units to use to describe magnetic field strength. The other one is Tesla. You can see that along, I believe it's a factor of like a 10,000 or 1,000 Tesla to Gauss or something like that. And I apologize, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can look that up if we need to. In order to put those results into perspective, this slide shows magnetic field measurements from common household items. Now, the study was taken in 2002 by NIEHS. That stands for the National Institute of Environmental Health Scientists. This was like one of the latest studies that we were able to find publicly available by an agency. And I'll note or point out that these magnetic field measurements were taken at 1 foot away from these appliances. And again, it's more meant to put into context the magnetic field strength that we're seeing from the current and future facilities compared to what we see, in everyday items. At the bottom of that table on the right is 12 kV distribution. This is not part of the reported NIEHS study. This is actually from SVP's on 12 kV load usage and estimated magnetic field strength below that. So to summarize the EMF a little bit, one thing we want to point out or bring up here or emphasize is that there are no defined or adopted thresholds for EMF impacts. Speaking as an engineer, one of our primary focuses on everything we do is public safety. There are no design or safety standards for power facilities that govern or regulate magnetic field strengths. That being said, the California Public Utilities Commission has published their own guidelines for reducing EMF. Those guidelines are taken, acknowledge that there are no consensus among the scientific community, I should say, of the impacts or dangers of EMF, but they recommend or guide the utilities that they're in charge of to take certain measures to reduce EMF where they can. Some of these have already been implemented as part of the original design process of the NRSKS transmission line. These ones include, and I'll list off here, like increasing the structure height. So, again, that goes into increasing the distance from the source of the magnetic fields, and then locating power lines closer to the center line of the corridor as opposed to moving to the edge of the right-of-way or at the edge of an easement or centered in the road. Reducing the conductor phase spacing, bring those phases closer together. They actually have a slight canceling effect in the magnetic field strength. And then phasing circuits or choosing the phasing of the circuits to reduce magnetic fields where possible. This comes into play with existing power facilities where you can actually select which phases go in together. You might actually have a small canceling effect with the magnetic fields that are generated. And I'll pass it back to Manuel to finish up.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and obviously we present a lot of information to you, and if you look at the staff report, the CEQA document of responses to questions, even much more detail in those documents as well. So with that, that's the current schedule that we're under. Not gonna go through all of the process here, but you can see where the CEQA process, kind of when we started, and when we published the final ISMND, and of course, we're here for City Council consideration on October 8th. Depending on the action today, we would continue to move forward with the project, and we would anticipate construction being done by March 2028. So with all that in mind, here's our recommendation. I know Mayor Gilmore read it up front, but just in short, is to adopt the resolution adopting the MND and the monitoring report, and also approving Route 8, Option 1 for an entire overhead alignment. So that concludes staff presentation, and myself, the consultant team, as well as the SVP team are available for any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to ask council members if they have any questions. Start with Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the schedule slide, I just want to make sure that was a typo. Was February 2024 for permits, or was that supposed to be 25? Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, in one of your slides, you indicated that our system operating limit, SOL, was 819 megawatts, and that our peak today was 720 megawatts. Is the 819 for all of SVP? And if we, if we're growing at 6% a year, so are we going to exceed the 819 limit without, like, the extra transmission? And then we had an issue recently that happened where we didn't have enough power coming into the city, so we had to authorize these fuel cells. So can you talk about kind of why we had to go to fuel cells and how maybe this transmission line would impact the requirement to go to fuel cells, which of course burn fossil fuels? And then I wanted to understand the undergrounding. The wires are closer together, so isn't the magnetic field less for undergrounding? Can you talk about that? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation from all of you. A couple of questions. You mentioned Route C and it being not a viable route, but I wanted to know, you mentioned that needing approval from the Water District, but also, is there residential near that route as well that was considered? Regarding the, you said there are 9 poles coming out and 7 poles going in. Regarding the existing poles, how long, do we have an idea of how long those poles were there? And regarding the responses that were received regarding the project, and then replying back to them. As a result of replying back, did you get responses or any follow-up from those responses? And do you, have an idea of whether they were positive, negative, or what was the general response? And then let's see. So I just want to confirm, Oliver, what Oliver was talking about, the health concerns, that I just want to confirm that there is no report or study regarding health concerns or the exposure to magnetic feels. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I was just doing a little bit of calculation here. You talked about how far away something is and the EMF drops, and that there was nothing closer than 50 feet or approximately 60. So I was thinking about, I have a power pole in my backyard. It's about 20 feet back from the house and about 25 feet up. And I was curious, the EMFs in comparison to what we're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pineda. Those are the questions.
Great. So I will start with the responses, and I think there's two for Oliver as well that he's going to jump in and speak to. So going back to the permits, so the question was about permits starting in February 2024. And yes, that's accurate. When we talked about in March as part of the study session, not study session, informational session, I apologize. One thing we told you as next steps is we were going to continue working on the project at risk, depending on what the decision was. Ultimately, right, it would be a discussion that we would have, but we could not meet that 2028 schedule if we didn't continue work at risk. If there's a change, we'll have to see what permits still apply, what permits don't apply, and what CEQA would be needed, and kind of would have to go from there. So that is accurate. On the system operating limit, let me go back to the slide because, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, so I want to make sure I'm clear. And I will note that I typically round to the nearest number, but you know, when I have Albert in the room, I always worry a little more because then he'll check on me later on and let me know. Let me see if we go here. So our current system operating limit with none of these projects is around 750 megawatts. So we are pretty close to that peak, right? And we just reached 720 just yesterday. If we build NRS, KRS, and SRS with no 115, then our new system operating limit will be 819. Once the transmission line, we need the transmission line as well to go to get there. And then if we build all 4 projects and LS Power builds their line, our new system operating limit will be 1,300 megawatts. So Councilmember Jane, yes, you're right. We are getting close and we continue to grow. Are we going to grow 6% every year? It's up and down some years, right? If we have some large projects come in, right, we have a big bump. Maybe some years projects will be under construction and they're not loading up that year. But we have seen, you've seen the table we show you often, there's been growth pretty much year to year. It's not always 6%, it varies. We make assumptions on that, depending on what we're seeing. As we get closer, there is one additional project I touch on sometimes, but not all the time, that's gonna buy us some additional time, which is the battery energy storage system. So that project's gonna allow us, as we get that closer to that peak limit of 750, and you know, it's not quite 750, somewhere in that range, we're gonna use that battery for multiple things, including renewable energy and everything else, but we're also gonna be using it for peak shaving. So when we have system operating limits, we'll actually reserve that capacity within the batteries, and during that 2, 3, 4 hour period when we're reaching that peak, then we'll use the battery to help us mitigate that, and that should be operational in early 2026. So I think we'll see what numbers we're hitting this summer, right, 2025, but the numbers continue to increase. So I just wanted to clarify what that was. Regarding authorization of fuel cells, yes, I was here with the council. As you know, I've been telling you we're looking for all creative options to be able to serve our customers, right? Especially those who are entitled and under construction. So we came up with a very creative approach. I think so creative, no one's ever used it. And we're working through these agreements. I actually have draft agreements for the one we discussed. I received the draft agreement today from our attorneys. And the goal would be, because there's timing issues as well as capacity issues, as I told the council, if everybody who wanted to come to the city wanted, you know, we probably could triple and maybe even quadruple in size, but that's a conversation for later because there's a lot of policy discussion on that. Some customers were entering those creative ideas of using fuel cells and working with us through a power purchase agreement and offtake agreement. So because we have these capacity issues that we're trying to address through the CAISO and ourselves and getting our projects online, the fuel cells is one way to do that, as well as other vendors. it's going to be a natural gas solution, no matter what the vendor is. There's nothing else that's going to be able to produce that kind of power. So how will this affect it? We are communicating with all our customers about all these projects. I think certainly if there's more power available, right, there might be less need. But then there also have the issue with how quickly is the power coming. So I'm not quite sure. It'll definitely have an effect, not quite sure to what level the effect will be. Then Councilmember Watanabe on the approval from the water district, and I apologize if I don't get your question. So that project would require easements and permits from the water district because it would be within the water district. And you asked about residential along that corridor, and I have a backup slide I'll show just because for that question. Sorry, I have to go find this at the back of the presentation. Yes. So the line in red is the alignment that we see that goes along the water district. And then the green areas are residential projects. So there is residential along that corridor as well. I also want to note that as you might remember, you've also have approved, and I believe they're doing building permits currently for a project. I believe I know about approximately 1,000 units along that corridor. And as part of the plan, specific plan, or is not a specific plan, it has a different name to it, the future also says this will convert to residential. So this is existing residential along the corridor. This is existing residential. This has been submitted for building permits for an approved project for residential. And per the plan, precise plan, this will be residential in the future as well. So that alignment also has existing residential plus additional future residential. So it's both. And then I want to clarify on the poles. So there's two elements here. So on the, let me go back. So on the north side, the median here, that overhead northern segment where we studied both overhead and underground, those are 9 new poles. So there's no existing poles at that location between NRS and Agnew. Those are all new. So those will be new along the median. We're trying to minimize how many we put in. We expect it'll be 5 per our current design. South of Agnew is where we have existing poles. Sorry, went too fast. And at that location, that's where we're replacing poles where we have existing ones that are installed. So we'll remove poles and add poles. In total, we're adding some new poles. We're trying to reduce them. I do want to note once again that the new poles will be taller than the existing poles because we're accommodating a bigger line. Regarding the response to comments, certainly, there's been a lot of communication. I don't think we have received anything new with additional information. I do want to note that I did have an extra, for the request of the chamber, I had an extra meeting with some community members on Friday. We had that discussion again. We went through a number of these items, but I haven't seen any additional communication regarding our responses beyond all the formal that we've done. And I think I have everything, Oliver, except for the EMF comments.
Councilor Jane, do you have a follow-up question? Your
Yeah,
light's still on.
my question about the undergrounding, the EMF from undergrounding, I was waiting for that. But in addition, I had a question. Some people had expressed concerns about fire from these poles, like if there's a windstorm and the line comes down. Can you talk about maybe how quickly the lines shut down when there's an event? Thank you.
And regarding your EMF comment, I'll go back to Oliver to respond to those, and then I'll come back to this new comment after.
Right, to touch on the question, which was, does underground, since the phases are closer together, result in less magnetic field strength? The answer is yes. There is a small reduction by moving the transmission line underground. But I want to clarify here and make sure that we're setting the record straight. It's not because there's any additional shielding due to the ground. It's a matter of the configuration and a matter of the location and distance that we're seeing here. So we did look at a few options for the underground placements of the duct bank. And we got a range of decreases. It kind of depends on where exactly it gets placed in Lafayette and then what configuration we actually finally have. But we look at reductions of 50% in configuration 3, up to almost completely eliminating or dropping off to background levels of magnetic field strength at the edge if we place it on the west side for configuration 3. Sorry, I'm looking at my raw data here. Versus like a 50% for configuration 2 to 12% reduction for configuration 2. So yeah, it would reduce because we're bringing those phases closer together. And then on the information I was just throwing out there too, the other aspect of that is where we're placing it within Lafayette, further away from our measuring point, which again was 60 feet east of the transmission line, or the proposed center line. The question about report or studies for exposure to magnetic fields, I believe that was asked by Councilmember Watanabe. So I want to clarify here too, studies are ongoing for exposures to EMF. That's one of those, I think it's a constant source nowadays to keep asking that question and keep reviewing the literature and from the public health perspective and in the lab scientific studies that are being performed. We can probably find results or studies that have been published on both sides. What we don't have right now is a clear consensus on any direct link between EMF and any health impacts. And that's kind of where I try to highlight is that right now, from a public health perspective, there are no established standards to ensure or acknowledged scientific consensus that would drive our standards to ensure the public safety as it relates to EMF. And then final question, I think, was for Councilmember Hardy about the pole. So you mentioned it's about 20 feet away and 20 feet in the air, roughly. That sounds like a distribution line. And one thing I want to touch on, too, is for the study that was performed, SVP was able to provide data for the entire circuit, from substation to substation, where they're measuring the amount of power in these distribution poles. What we find, though, is kind of like a river has tributaries that branch off. We assumed that the entire load of that SVP provided was going to this one facility, when in reality, it might be branching and going off on multiple different branches. So in our study, we've taken the most conservative approach we can as far as how much load is actually in these distribution lines. But based on these numbers, it sounds like it'd be most closely related to our configuration 2 or segment 2 that we have. And so we're looking at about 20 feet away, maybe a magnetic field strength of 6.4 to 8 milligauss, and then directly underneath it, about 12 to 15. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to one additional note, because we're assuming kind of what you have is distribution. I do want to note that and kind of provide those numbers that in the city we actually also have transmission in backyards, and actually PG&E also has transmission along those corridors as well. So this is in fact in the median of a 4-lane roadway that also includes a railroad track. In other cases, for many miles of our transmission lines and PG&E transmission lines, those are either in backyards or in front of homes as well. So it's not a unique situation. And lastly, you asked about the timing, Councilmember Jane. So it would be in a tenth of a second that the line would shut down.
Thank you. We have quite a few public members that would like to speak, so we're going to start there. City Clerk, I have the list here. Is that, okay, very good. We're going to start with Prashant, followed by Preetika, followed by Sonit.
Yeah, I'm going to use time of Ishan Tiwari, the card number 11, so if you can add 3 minutes to my time.
Wait 1 second, use it with who? Do you know, City Clerk, who that is? So if anyone is going to add time to their space, they need to tell the City Clerk like ahead of time, but we'll do this right now.
I'm sorry, first time for us, so.
No, that's
learning,
fine, yeah. We normally, if the City Clerk knows, then whoever signed up for time, then we can take them off. And they have to be here or online.
Yeah, so Saurabh is just giving a time card, which I'll use it in my.
Do you know, just let me know, City Clerk, when you're ready for that.
Okay, we have 2 cards received, so he will have 6 minutes.
If you can bring up the presentation, Nora, which we're going to use.
Our comms team will bring that up for you.
And one more favor, is actually, I gave you a big binder of petition signed by residents, if you can pass on that. To save trees, we have only got 3 copies, and you can pass on to rest of the members.
Okay, so you gave us this, and are we to share this?
No, that doesn't need to be shared, but there's a thick copy of signed.
Oh, this is the big this is a petition,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
This is
Okay,
the
here's
thick
the
one.
petition.
Yes.
And then we each have a copy of this.
Yeah, so I got more single-page copy and then 3 petition. Just to save trees, we only copied 3. Yeah.
Okay, so City Clerk, do you know who he's sharing time with?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, go ahead, please.
Would you mind?
So my name is Prashant Tiwari. I'm a resident of Santa Clara District 1. And thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council Member, City Clerk, City Attorney, and staff. Especially thank you to Director Pineda and his team. They have done a lot of due diligence towards this project. Especially as Dr. Pineda mentioned that a couple of residents and businesses met with him a few days ago, and he was very gracious with his time, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You see many residents here today, and actually many have to leave because of their kids being cranky or so, and it's kind of very late. The reason we are here, you're going to hear 2 things very consistent from all the residents who are going to come and speak. One is that we love Santa Clara, and we love our community. That's number 1. Number 2, you will hear very consistently from everybody that we all are pro-growth, because we all are tech people, we love Santa Clara, and we are here. And we want to find out a win-win solution with everybody combined here, including Silicon Valley Power. So we are actually trying to get to a solution which we can get together, and hopefully we will be able to sway some of you guys today with some of the options we have listed here. So I want to focus your attention to the slide and then the picture on the left first. As Pineda and the team mentioned that, they love the overhead transmission line over the Lafayette because it gives them future growth. The project is listed 115 kV, but in all honesty, this has to be called 345 kV at the minimum, and here's why. Because the top section of that 120 feet tower is going to be designed for 230 kilovolt, energized initially at 115 kilovolt. And then at the bottom, it is going to be designed for 115 kilovolts. At the very minimum, is going to be 345 kilovolt. And here's the reason why. Because we all know that Santa Clara, all the data centers love Santa Clara because they're really so cheap here. We have few of them already approved. And one of the great company in the Santa Clara itself is fueling all the new technology and AI and other revolutions. So there are going to be more data centers coming to Santa Clara. So by the time this project will be commissioned, 2026, 2028 by onwards or so, we're going to talk at least 345 kilovolt of the power and high power going through these lines. Now, another thing you all know really well is that the Bassett and the Lafayette corridor is a really busy corridor. It's a very popular corridor. And there are many, many high-density residences coming on that same corridor. So if you look at the distance between that tower and the residence, there's at least 36 or 40 feet difference or so. It's going to be, really the solution is going to be bad to worse as we go forward. Now we want to focus your attention on the picture on the right, because this is slightly different than the picture the SVP team has shared. They have given you option A, B, and C, which is exactly same color-coded. But there are other options which does exist. For example, currently there is an RS to KRS direct line exists, which is 115 kilovolt, going through straight line as a green one, which we shown as Route D. And another thing which is also not shown here, and probably is buried in many of the reports, is that along the Route C, there are existing infrastructure which are 60 kV, and which is actually on the Valley Water easement or so. So upgrading that to 115 or 230 kilovolt is rather easier because there's already existing infrastructure around the Route C or so. So from the resident combined, one of the things we want to stress to you is that although Route A and B are shorter, easier to implement, but they really implement 1,000+ families, and 452 of those have signed wet signatures, 32 of those have given online, so 488 signatures you have because they are worried about their family's health. We feel that a win-win solution for the future growth can be possible if you look at really seriously Route C or Route D. So that's what we want to stress, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. We have Pratika. No, please, no. I don't allow that because I want people to feel comfortable if they have an opposing view to be able to come up and speak, but thank you very much. Pratika, and then I want Sonit to queue up. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and all the team here, SVP team. Thank you for all the explanation and all your research and due diligence. That was very thorough. And the Route A proposal option that we've been discussing as the more desired option, that seems to be portrayed to the residents and all the decision makers as the only option at the table right now. And initially, we had heard more about the cost issues as a concern between the Route A option and the Route C option, but now we are hearing more about the schedule as the more pressing reason for using that option. Well, we think that when there's a will, there's a way, and we would like a will to be there to work around that option. So what I'm going to stress today is on the Route C option, because I feel that it is the very most sustainable, very futuristic path for the transmission lines. It's away from most residences. I know we saw the map that it showed some residences, but they're much further away from, as compared to what we see in Route A option. Those are really, really close. The petition that we were talking about, the 450 plus signatures, that speaks volumes about what the residents are worried about. They're worried about their health so the residents, the people, their health, their emotions, and their future, they define the future of the city. The residents had submitted several concerns during community outreach, and we appreciate SVP's opportunity to do that. We also got responses in the final M&D report, but none of the responses helped with those concerns. The Route A option brings a lot of health concerns to our families, and most importantly, our kids. EMF radiation, potential risk of children's leukemia, brain cancer, DNA damage, and other harmful effects on human health related to extended exposure of EMF.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Could I get the next?
No, I have to keep the time.
Okay.
We have a lot of speakers. Thank you. No, please, thank you very much. Next, we have Sonit, and if Ciara can queue up after Sonit, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm Sunit. I have lived in Santa Clara for 14 years. I have owned a home 12 years along that time. And with apologies to the board, I would say, friends, Santa Clarans and countrymen, I come to bury cables, not to raise them. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often buried with them. And you all know this is from Julius Caesar, talks about Brutus, talks about Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. And the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I have lost somebody who used to live near a high-tension wire. And this gentleman had actually beaten cancer once. And when he bought a home close to it, all I did was ask his family why, because I couldn't ask him. And they said, that's all we could afford. And he told me repeatedly, Sunit, I have 5 years. If I'm gone, if I'm okay in 5, it'll all be good. And I wish he was here talking about this to you all. And we talk about Silicon Valley Power, they're great people, they've done their due diligence. But I also want to tell you, Silicon Valley Power, who the real customers are. 85% of accounts in Silicon Valley Power are residential customers. We are 6% of the revenue. This is from their report. These are numbers I've picked up from their report. 60% of underground cabling in city of Santa Clara is still underground. So there is no reason why we can't do 0.74 miles more of it. All we need to do is think deep and make the best choice for somebody who's going to come next and talk about it, my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ciara, followed by Satish, followed by Kanupriya. If you could queue up, please. Welcome, young lady. Welcome. If you want to pull that all the way down to your mouth, very good.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ciara. I'm 8 and in 3rd grade. Before I begin, I would like to thank our mayor, council members, and everybody else who is here tonight taking time off to discuss the SVP project Route A. I disagree with this project because it is a health hazard and may cause cancer. As many of us already know, cancer can cause the loss of many people. I'm sure that no one working in Silicon Valley Power would want to be held responsible for the health issues of many loved ones. And when power lines get put up, bored children like me will not be able to play outside. You'll just keep watching TV, and that's not good for eyes. If we keep watching TV, parents will have to find something to do with us bored children, and that adds more things on the list of stress things that they have to do with work and family and money. And also, many people have dedicated their entire lives to finding a home here. Then, when they finally move in, they'll realize that there are health hazards right next door. That will force people out of their homes. And then they'll sell their houses and nobody will want to move in. That neighborhood will be an empty plot of ground. Me and many people tonight are here for one reason, and that is to prove putting up these wires will cause a bad future. So Mayor, City Council, audience, on behalf of Lafayette Street residents and more, I ask you to reconsider the SVP Route A proposal. Thank you everybody for being here tonight.
Thank you, Ciara. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Satish, followed by Kanupriya.
City Clerk, can I have the presentation, the slide, the previous one?
And after Kanupriya, we have Shenkar. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Just when we started this session, we have acknowledged this particular month as the cancer, breast cancer, awareness kind of a thing. So you are all aware of the outcome of these heavy electric magnetic field lines, how it is going to affect, and you have seen all the residents here, and we have already seen the presentation. We love SVP, 55% less than what we pay compared to PG&E. But let's put up the logic right here. The Route C and D, given that what Sunit has been saying, just an extension of a couple of 0.47 or 7 miles, that should not be a big barrier because there are no homes exist through the lines. One thing I want to emphasize, my district, right, we have been facing, the air traffic, we have the lines, the train lines, you have some of the incidents of pedestrians getting killed and other things, and this is a new ordeal coming. And one particular thing I wanted to point out, the lines won't directly affect the ground wherein you calculate 60 feet, but you think about the diagonal effect because there are a lot of houses where the diagonally, if you tend to consider, they have more effect near to those anticipated lines. So I would humbly request to consider Route C and D. D is already there. We have to work with PG&E and collaborate and get it done. And also have a health study done so that we have a zero impact on the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kanupriya, followed by Shankar. Queue up, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. And just like previous speakers, I believe Route A is not the right choice, and instead I strongly advocate for Route C. My primary concern with Route A is the potential impact of EMF radiation on the health of our residents. While I understand the importance of development and adhering to project timelines from business standpoint, I firmly believe that prioritizing human health is crucial. There are families, including children and elders, residing very close to the power line in Route A, and their well-being is at risk. On personal level, this issue will deeply affect our community. After this power line comes up, some families might have to resort to renting out their homes and leaving. While Others might have not the option to relocate due to the high housing cost in Bay Area. This would significantly alter the fabric of our community. We are all interconnected in more ways than we realize, and it's our responsibility to acknowledge and address the pain of others. We simply cannot turn a blind eye to this issue by saying that it doesn't impact us directly or it is not part of our backyard. From a moral perspective, if people start to get sick due to this power line, who will take responsibility? Regardless of the existence of the studies on EMF radiation, I don't believe anyone would willingly choose to live in close proximity to such potential health risks. It is important to remember that suffering of others will inevitably have an impact. The concept of karma holds true. Our actions have consequences that reverberate back to us. So I request you to consider Route C, and as our elected representatives, I believe in your judgment strongly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shankar, followed by Sandeep. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, and the SPP leadership for giving us, the residents, the opportunity to talk about this proposal and express our concerns. The city of Santa Clara is basically the heart of Silicon Valley, and it's home to the number 2 biggest company in the world, NVIDIA, plus also the other leaders like Intel, AMD, and ServiceNow, and making it one of the most desirable places to live and work, plus the Niner Stadium and the Great America, so it's also an entertainment district for the entire valley. It's a lot of small businesses and residents are drawn to this place, to this Santa Clara, and I'm a proud Santa Claran. Now, Silicon Valley power is also the cheapest in this area, and then my friends are amazed when I tell them that, hey, I can charge my car any time of the day because of the constant rate instead of like PG&E, right? So I fully appreciate the investment to maintain our infrastructure and also to future-proof. And if you have read the recent article, Santa Clara has the 2 zip codes with the highest increase in the property values in the last 2 years, right? However, I must voice opposition to the current proposed Route A. I live in close proximity, and then I share the concerns of my fellow residents and a lot of the signatures that you have seen. It's a big bundle of 500 plus, and we got the signatures in less than a week, and in the summer heat of last week, right? So that shows that how much the residents are opposed to it, right? And beyond the immediate impact, we should also look at the long-term health risks. And we have seen like 2 stories of cancer by Councilmember Becker and also what Sumit shared. And it will take a while for us to realize this ill effects. So please, we urge you to, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sandeep, followed by Harbir.
Hi, Mayor Gilmore, council members. It's been a long evening. You can see that. My name is Sandeep. I've been here in the city for 24 years. I call this place home. I have a wife and 2 kids. We love this place. Our friends have moved out in the other parts of the Bay Area, but we love Santa Clara. And I'll tell you 4 reasons why. First is Silicon Valley power. You guys do clean power, cheap power, why the hell not, right? PG&E is nothing like that. So that's one of the reasons. We have things like like the Santa Clara City app. Amazing. We file issues through that. The newsletter that you guys send, we read it like a family because it tells us what's happening in the community, right? We have the trash collection program twice a year. Other cities don't. You have to call in to get this thing done, right? But what I want to tell you is that we have struggled with some issues, right, on that Route A. 4 issues. Railway line. There is an airline path from San Jose that we have struggled with. There is the traffic noise from the road, and there is a Levi's stadium traffic, right? My son tells me, Dad, why don't we move out, you know? I tell him that, don't ask what you can do for the city or what the city can do for you, but you should say what you can do for the city. So as residents along the Route A, we are, sharing the burden of the larger part of Santa Clara population here. So I strongly advocate for the Route C, and the presentation that Mr. Panetta did earlier the Route C, there was actually one slide on it, just one slide. And there were, I think, like 20 slides on the Route B because that's the selected option. But there are three things I would like to call out. One is that there was no cost study or that was shared between Route C and Route A because that's, as Santa Clara residents, we all share in the cost for that. So that's number one. Number two is I also would encourage the other households on that to share the burden this time around that we did for the railway line and the traffic. I think I'm out of time here, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Harbert, followed by Ruchika. If you could queue up, please, it would make it quicker. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm here as myself as the resident, not in any other capacity. I wanted to first thank Mr. Panetta. We had a chance to talk, and you really enlightened me. I thank you for that. I also had to do a lot of soul searching. As being an electrical engineer myself, I had to think about what does that mean to me and where does my gut stand after learning all sides of this conversation. And I have to say, I think it's very important that we listen to the residents. 60% of the power is used by businesses in Santa Clara. And we're not talking about small businesses, we're talking about large corporations. And so I think it's responsibility for us to listen to the residents, work with those large corporations to find another path. Enough people have spoken. And the thing about this is that there is enough research that I think the team has done the due diligence. It's just that EMF and engineering is very vague. There are no exact solutions. And it's not something you can reverse once you put it into place. And that is the reason I think I have to stand with the residents and ask that we do more to explore Route C. And if not, then Route D. But if we don't, we can't go back and undo this. And our city is only going to get bigger. It is so centrally located and such an amazing place to be that we're going to continue to attract more residents and need for power. So I say that enough residents have spoken, and I think it's our responsibility to listen to them and provide other options, even though, again, this is not a reflection on the staff by any means. I think it's just more that we seem to need to do more. And as an engineer, as a resident, and knowing that 15 businesses in that region have all stood up with the residents demanding another solution, I think it's our responsibility to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have Ruchika, but could you please queue up Misha, followed by Ishan? Thank you.
Mayor.
Welcome.
Madam Mayor?
Respected Mayor and City
Yes.
Council
Ruchika
members.
will have 4 minutes as she's had some time donated to her from Rajesh.
Okay, and you have all that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, go ahead, please.
Respected Mayor and City Council members, I guess we're saving the best for me. I thought I was the last person, but we truly appreciate what each one of you do for our community every single day. Being here on your own personal time to serve the community is truly commendable. We appreciate it. Our previous speakers come from various different communities around Lafayette Street and are extremely concerned about the proposed Route A option by SVP. Over the last 6 months, we've had a lot of time and opportunity to research this project and its implications. We understand the need for increased power lines and are appreciative of the low cost that SVP provides to us. We do not want the low energy to come at the cost of our health and our lives. We also understand that SVP needs to meet a certain schedule of 2028, but not at the cost of our health. They should consider Route C or D that have no impact to human health. We also understand that SVP wants an option that is lowest in cost, and like they mentioned, right, like certain issues with like Silicon Valley Power or things like that. So they want something that has minimum conflicts. Option C and D may not meet these objectives in the short term, but in the long run, it will have a positive ROI because it will offset significant declines in the property values. As you've heard from previous residents, like if these power lines come in, we will have no choice but to sell our properties at discounted rates. As you can see, there are many residents here along with children. This is just a small display of the tight-knit community that will be impacted by this project. We will have no choice but to sell our homes as we cannot knowingly let our children and our parents' health be jeopardized. We typically never have political candidates agree on any subject, but as you can see in this case, both the candidates standing for the elections are united against this option A. So this is a great big win for us. It's quite appalling that a developed country is still recommending options that knowingly can have an impact to human health. This can only remind me of the 1980s when cigarette smoking was not considered hazardous. And we've lost many lives to lung cancer because of our lack of scientific knowledge and certainty on this issue. I have lost a loved one due to this lack of knowledge, and I will not wish this on my worst enemy. There are numerous studies that indicate EMF has a direct negative impact to our health and has a higher likelihood of causing cancer. There are many studies that go, and I think the previous speaker also said there are certain studies that are debatable, so there's no smoke without fire. I request you to take a few minutes and honestly answer if you would feel comfortable raising your family close to these high power lines which emit EMF. Thank you again for providing us the opportunity to come here and voice our concerns. The future of our communities and loved ones are in your hands. We truly hope that you all reject option A, since it will have a direct and strong impact to residents' health, property values, and our loving, strong-knit community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Misha, followed by Ishan.
Misha and Ishan are my kids. They were supposed to speak, but I'm going to take their time if that's okay.
You've spoken already, correct? Yes. And so these, Ishan and Misha, are your two children?
Yes.
I'll allow 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Basically, I had a slide that I really wanted to show here. This slide basically shows the distance that is more within the acceptable threshold for health risks. And what I was going to emphasize on that our residences are more like 60 feet, within the 60 feet distance from the median of Lafayette where this power line is going to come in. And the threshold, as you can see over there, it's more like closer to 250 to 300 feet is what is considered as a safe distance. And that is one of the big reasons why we keep stressing on the health concerns that we have. With the other Route C, that concern is not going to be there. Even with the residences that we see, those are much further and not within the 60 feet range. That is more of a hazard to us. And so that is why we were insisting on that a lot. Also, I wanted to stress on the future of Lafayette Street with the upcoming 6-lane project, the electrification of railway lines, and the related project, and other developments that are happening around it. It's going to be a very chaotic area, whereas right now it's a very the residential area it has a character that we are very worried about that it's going to lose after these power lines come in, because we are going to keep adding on to it once it's in place. And that is not just the 115 kV as we saw earlier, and all the 450 plus residents that we got the signatures from, they all support all the issues that I just raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Francine, followed by Sarika. No? Francine, Sarika? All right, we have iPhone online. Go ahead, iPhone.
You're muted.
Hello, iPhone. I can't see. Okay, then we're going to go to Pavan. Is Pavan online? Yes. Pavan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm a Santa Clara resident as well. I've been following this. Quick question that I have is, as far as the study is concerned, the EMS study was conducted at ground level. Even though nearby homes are 2 to 3 stories high, and one of the apartment or condo communities is significantly taller, and there's a new 10-story building on Lafayette that came up near the stadium. It raises the question of why no study was done at the height of these buildings, where residents will be more affected by EMF exposure instead of doing it at a ground level. That's my question.
Okay, do you have any other comments? Because our staff will answer questions after the public comment. So do you have any other statements? You still have over a minute left. Pavan?
Yeah, one sec. Yeah. So yeah, I can talk. Okay. So yeah, the other thing is Route C, Route D would be preferred. Why can't why can't the different the water district and Santa Clara City SVP basically work it out? Definitely that would be a better option. So that's it from my end.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Roll Tide. Roll Tide?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
So I was looking at the report that Santa SVP had published online, and I was looking at page number 203. They did mention about like 115 kilowatt, 230 kilowatt, probably 345 kilowatts, but I did not see any EMF study that was done for 230 and 345. And moreover, those are all mathematical modeling. And the question that was asked was, what's the difference between a mathematical modeling versus the actual EMF values when you see it online? There was no answer. So since they own so many lines, why can't they publish the actual value compared to the mathematical modeling so that we can have a better judgment? That was one of my biggest concerns.
Okay.
And the second thing is, they already have an Agnew substation near Oracle. Why can't they publish some EMF values from there? Because there is a substation, and then we can make a better assessment based on that. Those are my two comments based on the report that I looked at it.
Thank you very much for that and your comments. All right, we have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Yes, I have a question for the residents who have been speaking a lot. The question is, how much do they avoid the EMF that they generate in their households by washing, by looking at their TVs, by everything else? I have cancer, and I get a lot of EMF to check my cancer. So it's like, okay, yes, you look at everything, but you should not be afraid to look. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. John, oh, you're here. Yes. Welcome back.
I'm very impressed by both the staff presentation and the citizen presentation, but I came here because there was a mention at the beginning of the show about the bond, the revenue bond that you approved last month, and $130 million. And it reminded me of a question that Councilmember Hardy asked Finance Director Ken Lee about 2 meetings ago, and it was about the $9 million interest that payments each year with respect to the funding of what's going on now tonight. And she asked, is this $9 million is this the interest for just the bond that was approved last month, or was it the interest for both the bond last month that was approved and the one that may or may not be approved next year? And the answer that Finance Director Ken Lee gave was no, okay? But that didn't really explain something, because if the interest is 5% on the bond of 130 million, that's $6.5 million. And I think 5% is the top end of it. So that's $6.5 million, but the interest payment is $9 million. So what I think that extra $2.5 million is the paying down of the principal. But I'd like to know that, but the only answer that Councilmember Hardy got was no. But it didn't really explain, is this all just for interest, or is it also for paying down the principal? Since I think that this is pertinent to what's being discussed tonight, because we're paying for this out of the revenue bond, and we need to know what that $9 million that's going to pay for this, is it going to interest, or is it going also to principal paid? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have any other speakers. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken that would like to make a comment? If so, now's the time to come forward. Nobody? Okay. Director Pineda, I know you heard some of the questions, comments. Maybe, I'm hoping you were taking some notes. I saw you writing. Maybe to answer some of the questions you may have heard.
Yes, definitely. I think we're all taking notes, and we'll start off with Oliver going over some of the EMF questions. I do want to note one clarification. I think one commenter was talking about the Tasman East buildings, the 11-story buildings. That's not within the alignment of this project. So I just wanted to note that that's north of this project, so we won't be responding to that. But Oliver will go first, and then I'll follow up with some of the other project questions that came up. And obviously, appreciate all the comments. I know we've been working with the community. We're not going to go comment by comment because a lot we have covered already, but we'll just sort of highlight some of the key items.
Yeah, there's a theme here, so very good. Thank you.
All right, so the first one I'd like to address is the specific question about why there were no actual measurements taken or released compared to the studies. That is a decision that we made because magnetic fields are present everywhere. Earth's own magnetic field is roughly about 50 milligauss, and that's measurable at the surface of the Earth, everywhere you go. So it's very hard to isolate what you're actually measuring if you were to go out in the field. You have that background level, and then you have what is actually, what's coming from, someone's car or someone else's power facility, a transformer on the ground over here compared to this transmission line over there. And so that's why it's hard for us to isolate and take actual measurements for magnetic field strengths. And that's why the decision was made for this effort to use mathematical modeling instead. The other one I'll touch on here wasn't a direct question, but it was the slide was brought up that showed safe zones as it relates to magnetic field strengths and EMF radiation. I can't speak directly to that information as I don't know the source of it, but I will reiterate that we don't have any safety standards published based on a scientific consensus that links any hazardous health impacts to EMF radiation. And then, just going maybe one step further, the CPUC, again, California Public Utility Commission, acknowledges that there is a lack of scientific consensus as it relates to EMF, and they publish their own guidelines to help reduce it in the scope of the projects as they're designed.
Thank you. So I want to talk about a couple of the key things and just a couple of clarifications. So obviously one of the things that we have spoken about is the opportunity for this line that we'll be able to have additional capacity in the future. And I think there were some comments made that by 2028, we'll be using that additional capacity. We're setting up the infrastructure as kind of good engineers that we are to allow us to do that, but those would be fully separate projects. As an example, the existing 115 kV line that's going into KRS, we are at 90% design on KRS. We got 60 and 115 switchgear at that facility. We don't have 230 kV switchgear. That would be a whole separate project that would have to be done in the future to be able to accommodate that. In addition, we have to go through the CAISO process and look at additional capacity and how that would work. So while it's good that we are getting additional transmission, it's good that we create additional capacity wherever we can, so in the future we don't have to create disturbances for construction. We don't know how we're going to be able to do those projects or when the right time will be, because we also have to get all our modeling approved as part of the process to show what an acceptable future growth would be and what's acceptable to the city. Regarding Route C and the residential, I do want to acknowledge that there is a lot of residential along Route C as well. Obviously, we haven't done outreach on that because that's not the project we move forward with, but we did a quick GIS and addresses, and along that corridor, even without the projects that are approved and under permitting but not built, we had a significant number of addresses within 75 feet of that line. So I would expect that any route that's selected, there would be residential feedback back to SVP as well. On the Route D, which is the one that was shown that the community had added, that Route D is actually on an existing PG&E corridor that's in, I believe, people's backyards. It's got some transmission towers along that corridor, and that corridor already carries 4 115 kV lines. So it is not feasible for us to go within a PG&E corridor and add an additional 115 kV line to their transmission towers. We haven't double checked yet. Our belief is those are PG&E easements, but even if they weren't, we could not build our facility on top of that facility, and that would put 5 115 kV lines along that residential corridor as well. So one more than the current 4. So we don't see that as a feasible alternative. It wasn't included in the alternatives analysis because that is a PG&E corridor with already 4 facilities. On Route C, there was a comment with regards to just having one slide and talking about kind of more detail on that. So when we did the alternatives analysis, we quickly looked at kind of what it would take to get those projects. And as I mentioned in March, and as I've talked to the council at multiple meetings, schedule is a top priority for us. We're trying to meet that 2028 schedule. Regarding that route, I appreciate a lot of the feedback and support that there might be a way to get it done, and there could be a way to get it done. I think any easements with the water district might or might not be feasible. I don't know if the permits will or will not be feasible. What I can tell you for sure is that probably adds 5 years to the project. So instead of talking about 2028, if it is feasible, we're likely talking 2033. Once again, I can't say it's feasible, and I'm not basing that just on, I don't know what the exact number will be. I can tell you from experience, right? I've been building projects in the Valley for 27 years. So time has passed. I've done bridge projects, I've done trail projects, I've done development projects with, creek issues, and very respectful of the Water District and the great work that they do, but their priority is not our priority. And as an example, just recently we needed 1 aerial easement, no equipment on any other facilities, just the wires going over a creek for a transmission line, $400 value that you approved, I think, 2 council meetings ago or 1 council meeting ago. That took us a year and a half. So this is the reality, right? And one of the key things I tell people about project management, you work with the way things are, not the way that you wish they would be, right? So from a schedule perspective, we have developed a project with an existing right-of-way on a 4-lane roadway that allows us to meet that 2028 schedule, and we know from a constructability perspective if it is feasible. I appreciate all the comments, all the feedback. I think both the community and the staff have done a great job. I can tell you my meeting at the chamber with 2 of the community members was polite and respectful, and I've been to many community meetings in my career, as respectful as you want them to be, even when you have a difference of opinion. But that's really what drives that decision to not propose Route C. And once again, there is residential along Route C, and we showed you that map. We don't need to go through that again. I think I touched on all the key points, but of course, still available for any additional questions.
Councilmember Jane. Oh, come please. Yeah, please come forward.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hi. I just wanted to touch on Route C again. We've been talking a lot about the permitting and the schedule for this, but when we did our alternatives analysis, excuse me, in CEQA you look at alternatives in terms of impacts, feasibility, and if they meet the objectives. So objectives is that schedule issue that we've been talking about driving that, but the issues for impacts, building on a creek impacts waters, it impacts biological resources, We did a whole arborist report for this project, and we don't know the numbers for trees for Route C, but looking at it, there would be a significant amount of trees that would need to be removed along the side of the creek. And feasibility for constructing on the creek is unknown. The sides are pretty narrow, so looking at it in the alternatives analysis, we don't know if it's even possible to build there. There's some poles you could over or under build on them, but where there's no poles already, it's just not known if there's room there. So if you were to look at alternative C, it has more impacts, is less feasible, and doesn't meet the objectives as well as the proposed project. So I just wanted to add that. It's not just the permitting. It's a few more things than that, yeah.
Thank you for that. Director Pineda? Oh. Okay, Councilmember Jane.
I did a search on the internet, and of course, you can't hardly trust the internet. The National Centers for Environmental Information say that the Earth's magnetic field intensity is roughly between 25,000 and 65,000 nanoteslas, which is 0.25 to 0.65 Gauss. But then another, Science Direct, says, and that would be 250 milligauss or 650 milligauss. But then Science Direct says it's 25 to 30 Gauss, which is wrong. So I guess I'm confused, but it seems like the impact from the transmission lines is around 20 milligauss. So can somebody compare that? I didn't have enough time to really search the internet, but it just seems like, oh yeah, that's right. It's, well, what is the Earth's magnetic field compared to these transmission lines? And I know the transmission lines are AC versus DC for the Earth's magnetic field. Is there any scientific information about the difference between those on human health? That's pretty much all I had, but it seems like the best I could find, it's comparable in strength to what the transmission lines are doing. Is that correct?
Can somebody answer that? Because I can't.
Yes, so, and maybe one small point of clarification. The first numbers you threw out there were in Gauss, but it was like 0.2 to 0.6, I believe.
Sorry, 0.25 to 0.65 Gauss, which is 250 milligauss.
If you, move the decimal point over 3 times, you will get to 2 digits. So that's 220 to 60 milligauss. Right? I'm doing that, sorry.
0.25 is 250 milligauss.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all right.
Apologies, okay. I'm trying to, gathering myself here, gathering my thoughts real quick. To comment largely on the Earth's magnetic field and the sources, a better place to look or one thing I want to point out is the Earth's magnetic field strength actually varies latitudinally. So as you go from the equator to the north or to the south pole. So you can actually look up, based on your coordinates, where your Earth's magnetic field strength may be. And I apologize if I do have these numbers wrong, and I can clearly look those up too, and we can clarify that. But it was comparable to what we were seeing at the edge of like our where we were studying the magnetic field strength. It was comparable to Earth's magnetic field. And he touched too on the AC versus DC. And this is something else that was briefly touched on as well, and I think one of the slides that was presented by the public. But the AC current in the transmission line is switching at 60 hertz. And that puts it at a classification called extremely low frequency radiation, electromagnetic radiation. And at those lower frequencies, it's treated differently than other electromagnetic radiation, if we want to get into that. But essentially, it's so slow compared to all of the forms of electromagnetic radiation. It's relatively low energy. You kind of treat it as separate electric and magnetic field. You don't treat it as electromagnetic radiation, like a light wave or UV or X-rays would be treated. So yes, if you give me a few moments, I can come back with an actual value for the Earth's magnetic field and how it compares. But generally, I was seeing when we were doing this earlier that it's comparable.
All right, any other comments, questions, motions from City Council? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. After one of the residents reached out to me, I did a fair amount of research myself. I'm afraid you have a bunch of engineers up here. My husband's the electrical, I'm the chemical. So, Nora, are you able to show some of what I found? And I found a wonderful website called the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. This is the website here. I read through quite a bit of this.
If you can read that, I don't know.
No.
I can't even read that.
I will read just a few lines from this. In 2002, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified ELF magnetic fields as possibly carcinogenic to humans. This was based on statistical studies indicating children are more likely to develop leukemia if their exposure to extremely low-frequency magnetic fields exceeds 0.3 to 0.4 microteslas, which would be relatively strong. Experimental studies on animals did not support these findings. Furthermore, the IARC concluded there was no evidence for a link between ELF magnetic fields and any other type of cancer. Dropping down just 3 more paragraphs, it says, studies on laboratory animals have shown little evidence that exposure to ELF magnetic fields alone could induce any type of cancer or would affect existing tumors. There are some inconsistent evidence that ELF magnetic fields of about 100 microteslas may enhance the development of tumors induced by other known carcinogenics. But the majority of studies evaluating such combined effects did not find such a link. If you could also then show the image that I found. This is a really good example of what kind of frequencies and ionizing and non-ionizing that we are exposed to all the time. If you notice where power lines are, they're very low. And a lot of other things, such as what we have with us all the time, cell phones, microwaves, things like that, have a higher non-ionizing wavelengths. So I found that very interesting. And then I will say, statistically, the most dangerous thing we do every day is get in a car. But we do it all the time. So with that said, I feel very comfortable with this. And as I mentioned, somebody would say, not in my backyard. Well, I do have a power pole in my backyard. And I knew that when I bought the house. And my husband and I are both engineers. We looked at it, looked at the studies, looked at everything, and had no problems with it. We've been there more than 30 years. Yes, I raised my children there. So with that said, I would like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
I have a comment, but I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second for staff's recommendation. Councilmember Jane.
So I found it on Wikipedia. It is 0.25 to 0.65 Gauss. That means 250 to 650 milligauss. So that is at least 10 times more than what we're talking about. And I agree with Councilmember Hardy that this is absolutely, the photon energy from the emissions from these lines is extremely low. I mean, it's absolutely not ionizing radiation. So it's not going to damage DNA from that standpoint. So that's why I'm seconding it.
Councilmember Park.
So thank you to staff for the presentation, and thank you for the residents for coming out. I've always said that if the residents will not speak up for their own communities, then it's not really for others to step in. But in this case, the residents did speak up. Not going to go in any particular order, but I hear about impacts on water and trees, which I think is important. But the alternative is impact on people, which I think is kind of more important. And I hear that the effects of building on a creek is unknown, and evidently, building next to people is also unknown. I'm actually surprised that there are no defined or adopted thresholds for EMF impacts. Like, I'm actually surprised that this is the case. That there is no agreement from scientists that EMF creates a potential health risk. I mean, I've done the same research. I also talked to the neighbors. I went out to look. I looked at the distances. I looked at the heights relative to the houses that are there. And I think that, you know, mathematical models are nice. I think that studies are nice. But, I mean, I look at the statement of values, and it says, let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. And I can't help but think that technology is made for people. People are not put there for you know, I think technology should serve the people, and the people should not be at the whim, at the mercy of the technology that drives us. I mean, I looked at Route C, which is next to residents, but mostly on one side. And I think that if you look at the Route A, you can't put it further away from one set of residents without putting it closer to another set of residents. Like, I think when you're going in between, it's really difficult. When I look at Route C, like, I looked at this line, I looked at the distances, and I think, you know, the 75 feet, it's possible, but I also see routes that you can go well past 75 feet. I think that, you know, if you cross over the creek and you avoid the residents, it's quite easy to get well past 100 feet from there. And again, I'm just looking at the maps. I've been looking at the maps for a long time. So I agree, it will go next to residents. I think that the routes could go much further away from residents, you know, depending on where we go. I hear the comment about Route D, which I was going to ask about, but I understand. There are 415 kV lines there. Adding another would be 5. I hear the comments about, well, if we had to go through permitting, maybe we'd add 5 years to this project. I think those are the numbers that I heard. And I think that's a long time to add, but there was a comment made, and I do a little reading myself, but I think about the evil that men do lives after them. And there's another resident who said that if we do this, there's really no way to undo this. And I have to think about that, which is, scientifically, I know the numbers. Scientifically, I think that my council members are largely correct. I mean, the numbers that I came up with, that I found, vary quite a bit. I mean, I can find numbers that are off by a factor of 2. Right. And again, I'm going back to, I can't believe there aren't defined or adopted thresholds for EMF impacts. Right. And even when I have these experiments, and even when we have these mathematical models, I feel it's really, really bad for us to impose these kinds of effects on the residents. I feel like if it takes time and money to avoid these impacts and, you know, provide safety from effects we don't even know about. Like, I kind of think that's what time and money are for. It's my opinion. So again, while I would like this project or a project like this to go through, when residents come, I feel like somebody has to think in terms of the residents. Like, we all think about the city. We can all optimize on timing and costs. But, I mean, if we're not thinking about the one thing that the statement of values talks about, then we aren't doing what we've been asked to do by the city, and we're not holding to the values that we claim. And all this so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. And I understand that there is this value to the city, but the value to the majority should not come at the expense of a minority. I think that's what minority representation's about. And in this case, I'm torn. But I think that if it comes down to time and money, I think that I'd rather spend that time and money to reduce the effects on people. Again, if we do come to a conclusion and we do find that something's bad, we can't undo it. And I think about the evil that lives beyond our years. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Comments? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you to everybody who came. I've attended some of the public meetings with you at the Northside Library, online, on the Zoom calls, and I appreciate, how Silicon Valley Power has taken the time to meet with the residents and share, the need for this KV line and why, after exploring different options, Route A was selected as the best route over the other proposed routes. I'm glad Director Pineda, you just shared that there are significant amount of residents in Route C, so there would be people impacted currently and in the future. So it's like we can't move the issue from one place to another because a lot of people are going to be impacted, could potentially be impacted by this project. I've talked to residents. Some of my neighbors work for power companies, and one in particular works for Itron, and so I've had good conversations with him about electricity, and because Itron deals with apparently electrical issues all over the world. And he did express to me how when it comes to, the EMF issues that, in our houses, as was shown in one of the slides, that we have more EMF in our houses, we're surrounded by it right everywhere. And so I appreciated, that input in terms of, trying to decide, what am I going to, what's going to happen here? What's the best decision? Because I have to listen to my residents too. And a lot of you spoke tonight very passionately, especially the children. So, as this is a project that is in my district and is going to impact families that are, will be right adjacent to where these power lines are going in. Going back to, one of the roles that we're elected to do here as representing our districts is to listen to our residents. So while I appreciate the need for these electric lines, I know the businesses that want to come into Santa Clara. We're still, trying to get ahead, move ahead in terms of, bringing business into the city. We have projects that we, want to make sure that we have the power for. But, even thinking about this past week, somebody brought up about how I think that's commendable. You collected all those signatures in such a short period of time in all the excruciating heat that we've just experienced over the last week. But at the same time, as we look at climate change and, the impact of it to, our world, around, 4 seasons out of the year almost, we need, we need air conditioning, and I heard a lot of air conditioning running this past week, and actually I was worried about the grid and how the impact to Silicon Valley Power. So thank goodness we only had one power outage, and it was like right at the very end of the heat, extensive heat that we've had over the past week. So. I know I'm saying a lot. I'm trying to take in the pros and the cons, but in the end, to me, the pro is supporting the people and listening to the people. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
No, please, no. Vice Mayor Becker, did you want to say anything? Okay. All right. First of all, thank you to everybody, not only SVP, but all of our residents tonight. I really respect the fact that everyone was so gracious and respectful of each other, both SVP and our residents, of appreciating Silicon Valley Power, because that's one of the benefits of living in Santa Clara is the cost and the great service from SVP. And I know that the north side, and one of the speakers brought it up, how the north side of Santa Clara, which was, when I first started in office, was largely ignored, couldn't even get a grocery store way back when, until now it's really become, the center of all things new in the city. There's, with the stadium and the development and the businesses, and you got the airport and the trains, planes, trains, automobiles, everything out there. You're taking a huge impact from what's happening and how Santa Clara is developing. And I know that patience might be wearing thin on the north side for, taking all of that as a resident. So I understand that, and I feel for you out there as well. I spend a lot of time out there, so I know that there's a lot of effects, that some good, but some that aren't so good. So I see SVP, made a lot of sense. They're coming, they're looking at the timing. Are looking at the costs, what would have the least impact to the community. We all enjoy the lower rates. We all enjoy having reliable power and least amount of blackouts compared to PG&E and others, and such great service. And we have a lot of data centers in Santa Clara. I always say we power Silicon Valley here in Santa Clara. But what I can't ignore tonight is this petition and the people that spoke here this evening, and the real concern from the EMF and the potential, radiation, cancer, and all of those potential risks. I don't think we just talked enough about that. And being in my other job, being in real estate and selling houses, a lot of times I'll have power lines in the backyard of a home, and there are buyers that say, I'm not going to buy that house because I don't want those power lines in my backyard. I mean, I've run across that in the last 40 years, several times. I know that there's a fear out there, and I think that I'm not saying that it's unfounded. It's not. There's a fear because of everything that's going on in the world, and that's just one of them, the magnetic field. You're concerned about your families and your children. I get that. I'm not saying I'm against anything SVP's proposing, but I don't think we have enough information. I'd like one more session on this. I'd like for SVP to come back and give us more information on the magnetic fields, just focusing on that. And because I heard loud and clear from the community, that seems to be the major issue with the power lines and the magnetic fields. And I think I understand the timing, the cost, the least impact, that's it. But I'd like to have a session just on the EMF. our council members who are Googling up here during the meeting, I found this, this report or that report. I'd rather our staff come back with something that tells us, what we should be looking at in terms of that, so that we can make, we're all on the same page with the data that we're receiving, and then give the community a chance to opine on it as well. So I'm not going to support the motion. I think we should just continue this until we get more information on EMF from our staff. So I'd like to, if the motion doesn't pass, which I don't think it will pass, but I could be wrong depending on what council members do, I'd like to see if we could have a motion to continue this.
I was going to ask if I could do a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do a substitute motion then based on what you just said, Mayor, and that is to have have an additional study session about this, to come back and discuss some of the issues that have been talked about tonight, and so that we could get a full picture of the decision that's before us, and, the impacts, and so that we can just, I guess, really have a full picture, so we can make a proper decision about what is the right thing to do regarding this.
City Attorney, is a substitute motion appropriate?
It is, Madam Mayor. So too would be, consultations with, maker of motion and second, to see if they would want to withdraw.
I'll withdraw the motion and say I'll make a motion to continue.
Okay, thank you. That saves us a lot of time. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion to continue and a second. So is there any other discussion on that motion? City Clerk?
Actually, just want to clarify, we don't have a substitute motion. We have a new motion, which is to continue. And we would continue for the purpose of having another meeting for staff to talk about the effects of EMF. I mean, what would that, I heard a couple things on here, but I want to be very clear that it would be to talk about EMF effects.
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be it. So there wouldn't be discussion of other routes. There wouldn't be discussion of how those effects could be mitigated with other routes or things like that. It would just be on
City
EMF.
Manager?
Sure. As I understand it, the motion is for a continuance, and there's been discussion about it. Staff bringing back additional information on electromagnetic fields. We would do that. We would also, because it's a continuance, essentially all the materials that you have submitted before you, you would have the ability to act at that meeting as well. And so it would be a continued discussion of this item with additional information provided by staff.
Okay, but in particular, would staff come back with information about the different routes and the different options for those routes and other information, or would it just be on? Like, I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that when we come back again, we're not having the same discussion and only looking at Route A.
So all of the information that was provided in the packet with all of the alternative routes will come back to the City Council, but per the discussion, and I believe a part of the continuance is to come back, and we would agendize it as a continuance, but staff would be prepared to discuss additional information on electromagnetic fields, and we would also have, again, all of the information with the various routes included in the packet, and could answer any questions on that information at that time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, you get more EMF from your cell phones and other things we have around us. I think a lot of people talked about that already. But I think it just comes down to, for me, it's just ugly looking on Lafayette. That's just my perspective. I don't like to see power lines. I have power lines in my backyard. Sometimes, some of us just can't get away from actually living near power lines. I see Lafayette as a new Grand Boulevard, as a way of connecting north to south. But I've always preferred underground, but I understand how expensive it was, and I understand what staff is trying to do. But I just don't, I feel it's more of a waste of time to talk about EMF issues when reality is we have a lot more worse EMF issues that we have around our homes. At the same time, though, I think it's just ugly. And on the last motion, I was going to vote against. So I will be supporting this motion to continue, even though I feel that the discussion of EMF, I think it's just a waste of time. I think it just comes down to it's ugly, and a lot of people are starting to realize that. And after I've heard from some of the neighbors, I'm a little concerned about that too. So I'll be supporting the motion, though.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I want to respect what all the neighbors, a lot of the concerns were surrounding EMF, so I want to make sure that that's what we actually talk about. All right, City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote for the continuance. Vice Mayor
Yes.
Becker.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Is yours also not working? No, it's not. Okay, thank you.
And that passes 5-1 with, we have one abstention. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break till 10:30. Thank you very much, everybody. If everyone could take their seats, please. Five. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is item number 4, and that is action on the stadium manager's request to execute an agreement with Staff Pro, Inc., DBA Allied Universal Event Services for event security services at Levi Stadium for a 3-year period with the option to extend 2 additional 1-year periods. City Manager, Executive Director.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Board Chair and board members. For this item, you are sitting as the Board of Directors for the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Good evening. The item before you recommends action on the stadium manager's request to execute an agreement with Allied Universal Event Services for event security services at Levi Stadium. The amount of this contract requires board approval. Security services just for non-NFL events last year totaled $2.4 million, and so a contract at that level requires your review and approval. Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker will be providing tonight's presentation. He will outline key terms for the enhanced agreement, as well as background information on event security services compared to some of the other public safety services that are provided at Levi Stadium. We also have Police Captain Rich Fitting available to answer questions remotely. And so with that, I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager Baker. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Board Chair, members of the council, and board members of the Stadium Authority. I'm happy to be here this evening, and I will move quickly through this presentation. So as City Manager Grogan stated, I will outline the key terms in the enhanced agreement, but I want to start by walking you through a bit of background on event security at Levi Stadium. So the layered approach to stadium security is important to understand, and so you'll understand sort of the background of how security works, and also how private services fit into that layered approach. Then I'm going to shift the focus to the process for determining the most qualified event security firm, and then I'll outline the key terms in the enhanced contract that is before you today. So this chart, there we go. So this chart dimensionalizes the layered approach to public safety at Levi Stadium. And it articulates the relationship between the stadium management, which is also referred to as ManCo or Management Co., which is at the top 2/3 of the slide, and the City of Santa Clara Police Department, which is at the lower third of the slide. And so stadium management controls guest services, and they provide direct oversight to event security, which is currently operated by a third-party contractor, Allied. And so Santa Clara PD controls sworn law enforcement personnel, which includes full-time employed staff, per diem staff, and allied partners from outside agencies. So the layered model is a public safety response procedure that is dependent upon the nature of the service and security need at the stadium. For example, a minor issue may be first addressed by guest services and then frontline security personnel. Then it could cascade to security personnel with enhanced training, and then sworn law enforcement personnel may step in for minor incidences. With that being said, the details of an incident would best call for law enforcement to start right away. Let's say for an instance of crime of violence, then law enforcement is immediately dispatched. So this layered approach really provides a flexible model. So event security services are critical to the ongoing operation of Levi Stadium and are contracted for both ticketed and non-ticketed events at Levi Stadium. The event security contractor supports the stadium manager's in-house security operation to ensure compliance with NFL best practices for NFL games, and the event security contractor works in partnership with event promoters and production teams to manage security for non-NFL events. Security responsibilities include, but are not limited to, the following: access control, such as like verifying credentials, entry screening procedures, such as wanding individuals after a magnometer is triggered, perimeter security, personal protection, foot patrols, camera monitoring, and other event-specific security functions. So here's a timeline of events that led to the prior event security services contract. In April 2017, the Stadium Authority Board approved an agreement for Levi Stadium Event Security Services with Landmark Event Staffing Services, which was referred to as Landmark, as the original vendor. In March 2023, Allied Universal Security Services, Universal Protection Services, LPP, acquired Landmark and assumed its rights, duties, and obligations. On March 12, 2024, the Stadium Authority Board approved an amendment to the prior agreement to extend the term on a month-to-month basis for up to 6 months through October 31st of this year, until the stadium manager entered into a new agreement for event security services. And so after the Stadium Authority Board approved an amendment to extend the term, the request for proposal, referred to as an RFP, kicked off. So here's the process. The stadium manager worked in partnership with the Santa Clara Police Department, Stadium Authority, and the Stadium Authority's security assessment contractor at the time, which is Guidepost Solutions, to develop the desired scope for event security services. And then on April 16th of this year, the stadium manager issued an RFP for event security services, and that process closed on May 15, 2024, with 6 proposals received. Through the RFP process, an evaluation committee with subject matter experts, which included the stadium manager, Santa Clara Police Department, and these individuals reviewed the proposals independently and selected Staff Pro Inc., which does business as Allied Universal Event Services, or Allied, as the recommended contractor. Now I'd like to discuss the basis for the award going to Allied. First and foremost, Allied scored the highest overall. That's important. The specific areas that scored higher were corporate strength, experience, references, and reputation of the proposal. That's a category with a weight. And the other category is the methodology to provide required services. Those 2 categories, Allied scored higher. Sorry. Additional considerations were Allied's footprint in the Bay Area. Allied offers the needed infrastructure in California to provide training, supervision, and oversight. It's important to note that most of these agencies pool from the same group of contractors. So the oversight is really the differentiator, and the local access to the contractor is important. Allied has recently implemented additional supervisory training for gate personnel. Allied has an added account manager to be on site during events to ensure contract compliance, and third-party references on current event security service performance checked out. So let's talk about the interim event security agreement. So on August 9th, 2024, during the council recess, the executive director received a request from stadium manager to enter into an interim agreement with Allied for event security services through October 31st of this year. The interim agreement would allow the stadium manager to implement new accountability and performance measures for the contractor before the 49ers' first preseason game, which was critical. And that happened on August the 18th, that game. We're going to get into the exact enhancements on the contract very soon. But here's an overview. The key agreement provisions include SLAs, or service level agreements, excuse me, to measure performance and detail remedies, financial penalties for non-performance, insurance and indemnity requirement, training and background checks consistent with industry best practices, performance audits without notice, and enhanced reporting, such as after-action reports and monthly reports. These are new enhanced provisions. On August 15, 2024, the executive director approved stadium manager's request through delegation of authority from the Stadium Authority Board during the summer recess, again, so that we could be able to implement these procedures before the first preseason game. On September 10th, 2024, Council and Stadium Authority recommended to note and file the report on actions taken during the City Council recess. And so the stadium manager's request is as follows. They're requesting approval. And again, it's important that this is the stadium manager's responsibility. They're responsible for the Allied Services Agreement. They are requesting approval and agreement with Allied to provide event security services at Levi Stadium for a 3-year period, commencing November 1st, 2024 and ending on July 31st, 2027, with an option to extend for 2 additional 1-year periods. The proposed agreement with Allied incorporates feedback from the Stadium Authority and Santa Clara Police Department and includes key provisions to ensure enhanced reporting, auditing, and performance. So let's dive into these provisions. So we mentioned SLAs. SLAs outline the commitment between the vendor and the client and include details of the service, the standards the vendor must adhere to, metrics to measure performance, and remedies if the service levels are not achieved. So within 30 days of the agreement's start date, the contractor must outline their administrative and operations plan as part of the SLA. The SLA will include the following provisions to ensure enhanced performance. Financial penalties for non-performance identified at events. If the contractor's performance fails to meet the service levels established in the agreement, the financial penalties will remain in effect until those performance issues are resolved. Insurance and indemnity requirement, including the city and stadium authority as additional insured. A year-end review conducted by the stadium manager following the completion of the first year with the results provided to the contractor. If the contractor's performance is deemed by the stadium manager to be below the standards specified in the agreement, stadium manager may treat contractor's substandard performance as a material breach of the agreement and may proceed with termination following notice and an opportunity to cure within the time specified and in accordance with the procedures set forth in the agreement. Additional contractual provisions ensure enhanced reporting as well. Training and background checks for security personnel must be consistent with industry best practices and in consultation with Santa Clara PD. Performance audits without notice throughout the performance period. After-action reports after every large-scale event and monthly reports describing staffing, work performed, work status, work progress, difficulties encountered, remedial actions taken, and performance complaints and violations reported. Compensation and costs. The costs associated with the agreement are based on the compensation and fees, the fees scheduled outlined in Exhibit B of the agreement. Fixed hourly rates are established for each labor category and are subject to an annual escalation. Rate increases for years 2 and 3 are capped at 2.5% increase of the standard hourly rate each year. Rates for any extensions are subject to mutual written agreement between stadium manager and Allied. Additionally, staff recommends that increases in excess of 6% annually for those years be subject to the stadium authority's approval. Fiscal impact. The stadium authority is responsible for all non-NFL event costs, including the event security costs for non-NFL events which are charged directly to the events. Stadco, as the tenant of Levi Stadium, is responsible for NFL event security costs. The agreement does not include a not-to-exceed amount due to the unknown number of non-NFL events per contract year that will require event security services. Approximately $1.89 million and $2.37 million were expended in fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2023-24 respectively on Landmark and Allied's event security services for non-NFL events under the prior event security agreement, which had different compensation rates. There are sufficient funds in the Stadium Authority fiscal year 24-25 operating budget allocated as part of net revenues from non-NFL events from that line item to cover the year's initial costs. Funding for future years will be included in future proposed budgets through the budget process. So, to summarize, the staff recommendation is threefold: to approve the stadium manager's request to execute an agreement with Staff Pro, Inc., does business as Allied Universal Event Services, for event security services at Levi Stadium for a 3-year period commencing November 1, 2024, and ending on July 31st, 2027, with an option to extend for 2 additional 1-year periods in a form approved by the Stadium Authority Council and subject to budget appropriations. 2, authorize the stadium manager to execute the service level agreement described under Exhibit A of the agreement with Staff Pro, Inc., Allied Event Services, in a form approved by the Stadium Authority Council, and authorize the stadium manager to exercise the option to extend the agreement with the same terms and conditions for 2 additional 1-year periods, subject to budget appropriations and after consultations with the Stadium Authority Executive Director. Stadium manager is not authorized to exercise an option to extend the term of the agreement if such extension includes an increase to the compensation fee set forth in Exhibit B in excess of 6% annually without the express written approval of the Stadium Authority Executive Director. So that concludes the report, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? You don't Rob, have questions. Do you? Do you or don't you? I guess you do now. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. On the Exhibit B of the contract as presented, we did mention that for year 2 and 3, there's a cap of 2.5% increase, whereas I'm seeing much more higher overtime holiday hourly rate for year 2 and year 3. I'm trying to understand an anomaly why that is so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the police department was very involved with selecting who won the bids. Is that correct? And then the second thing I wanted to ask was that I'm looking at the compensation rates for the contractors, and I see that you have event staff level 1, where the standard hourly rate is $37, and for an admin person, it's also $37. So the minimum wage is $37, standard hourly rate. And when I compare that to what San Jose pays, their living wage is set to $27.98 per hour if health benefits are not offered. So we're paying really like $10 more an hour than San Jose's living wage. And then at the airport, they pay even less. So at the San Jose airport, they only pay $20 an hour. So we're paying quite a bit more, which is great that we're paying this, but I just wanted to clarify that those are the rates. And is this what we pay if people work, let's say, non-ticketed, non-NFL events, so a birthday party or something? Is that included in that, whatever, $2.7 million? Does that cover all of those other events that we have at the stadium, which actually seem to be fairly profitable? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. Yes, basically, when I read through this, I was trying to understand what's different about this agreement than what we had before. And I was listening very carefully to your presentation, listening for that. It sounds like we have put in more authority for us to double check on things, to make certain that we are getting what we've asked for, but I wonder if you could call out specifically what's different. I want to make certain I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that the cost last year was $2.4 million. Do we have a breakdown of what the standard of the rates between the standard rates versus the double time rates? And also, these security, where are they located? Are these the folks that we see outside the stadium as well? That, we see in the neighborhoods? And if so, what is their role? What are they expected to do? Because I've observed some that are just sitting in a chair, and if they're sitting in a chair for 8 hours, getting paid X amount of dollars, it seems like, I don't know, they're not, that, I can't imagine that that's what they're being paid to do, is sit in a chair for 8 hours. So just if you could just share where these, the roles of these people, where they are in and outside of the stadium, basically.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. One, tell us about the background checks for these contractors. What do they do? My second question is, please tell us about their training prior to working an event. What kind of training do they get? And then my last question is, in this contract, how are we dealing with Super Bowl and the 6 World Cup games in 2026? How does that relate to this contract? And I think those, Councilmember Jane, you have another question?
I do, Chair. My understanding is it's really ultimately the responsibility of the police department to set staffing levels, because they're ultimately responsible for security at the stadium. So how much do they decide how many landmark people they're going to be there, or whatever, allied people?
All right, when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. So, Richard, are you available if I call on you? You tap your mic, Captain Fitting?
I don't see
I'm on and connected and ready.
All right, always ready. Love it. Thank you. So I'm just going to make sure that I have all the notes that I received from staff, and I'll just thank you, staff. Assistant 2, Christine Jung, has been very helpful, so thank you. So let's start with Councilmember Raj. Exhibit B. So essentially, your question was the 2.5% and then overtime and holiday. So that 2.5% is on the base rate, and these are for all events, including non-ticketed and non-NFL. And so there's actually a rationale, and it might answer your question as well, Councilmember Watanabe. But Allied's rate increase was capped at 2.5% for years 2 and 3, and it was noted that approximately 15 to 16% of these costs resulted from overtime working the events, okay? And so using this methodology, both Allied were comparable in costs, resulting in obtaining the highest scores for costs. So again, this was an RFP, and so the methodology included cost. In fact, the cost was 60 points, okay? And the costs were measured against the other proposals that came in. So they came in with the best profile of those costs with respect to the other proposals. And so that's pretty much the methodology that's used in procurement process for such services that are not project-specific for cost computations in the selection process when points are allocated for the cost criteria. So that's essentially, the rationale behind those numbers that you're looking at in Exhibit B. It was negotiated and it was part of the proposal. Yes, sir.
So if I look at the Exhibit B, year 1, if I look at the overtime holiday hourly rates, they're only increased by 5%, whereas year 2 and 3, they're increased by almost 30%. So that's the anomaly I'm talking about. Like, how come in year 1, we're only giving overtime and holiday hourly rates only 5% higher than the base rate, whereas on the year 2 and 3, we are giving 30% hike on that. That's why.
I can get back to you on that. I think we have to do a deeper dive on that specific question. But that's the general methodology around how these numbers were attained and how we negotiated. But yeah, that's a takeaway. So, yep. year 1 versus year 2 and 3. Okay. Councilmember Sessions? Yes.
I can cover Councilmember Jane's
Yep.
second question.
Sure.
Got it. And good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Council, Stadium Authority Board of Directors. Thank you, Assistant City Manager, for the presentation. My apologies for the remote connection. I would have preferred to be there in person, but I'm on the East Coast for a pre-planned commitment. I've been before you numerous times, but for those listening not familiar, I'm Captain Richard Fitting, the Special Operations Division of the Santa Clara Police Department. On major event days at Levi Stadium, I'm the Law Enforcement Incident Commander. Board Member Board Member Jane, the Santa Clara Police Department was deeply involved in the RFP process with Manco and the review of the proposals that came through every step of the way. It was a comprehensive objective review process with close collaboration with Manco. I can tell you from my experience, we've already seen since Allied took over, the management has had a marked increase in presence and engagement at our events, like physically present. They're conducting quality control from a management level themselves. And I'll touch to Chair Gilmore's question on training in a moment, but there have also been enhancements to training, which is one of the most critical components to employee performance efficiencies. Specifically, well-designed quality control measures have been implemented under their updated management structure. The results are already proving beneficial, and I won't go into specifics in a public forum, but the efforts are positive and enhance safety and security.
Thank you, Captain Fitting. And so that was part one. So, Board Member Jane. Second question had to do with compensation, and I think the answer is similar to the answer that we provided for Board Member Shahal, which is it was in the agreement.
Right.
And so the methodology wasn't to compare other jurisdictions, it was to compare the rates with respect to the other proposals.
And I can just expand upon that. Councilmember Jane, I think one of your questions, you were comparing the hourly rates in Exhibit B to rates in San Jose. Important to note that this is not the pay rate, it's the rate that we pay the contractor, right? So that's not necessarily the pay rate that the employee gets in the contractor. Like all contractors typically put overhead and other costs on what they're actually paying their staff. And so that's why you saw that delta between what the prevailing wage rate is that you were looking up and the contractual rates.
Thanks for that clarification. Third question, does this cover non-ticket events like birthday parties, bar mitzvahs, that kind of thing? Yes, it does. And there's really no distinction. I mean, they're doing pretty much the same job. Granted, there's potential higher threat levels, but in terms of their job and their role, it's similar. And again, we have the layered approach. We've got services, we have security, we have enhanced security, and then we have PD. So the fourth question that you added was staffing levels. Captain Fitting, do you mind answering that question regarding PD? Isn't PD responsible for deployment levels, et cetera, with respect to this agreement?
The stadium management controls and dictates the staffing levels in conjunction and collaboration with us, but really they are really the sole coordinator when it comes to the communication with Allied Universal. It's not us communicating with Allied. We set our minimum standards for our sworn law enforcement deployment, whether it's our FTE, our per diem, or our Allied partners.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. There's a follow-up to that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that let's say stadium management decides that they're going to put one person from Allied in the stadium. Wouldn't SCPD be able to say, no, you need to have 100 people there to supplement what the sworn officers are at the stadium?
Yes, that would not happen, sir. And there are minimums that Allied would need to meet for Manco's deployment minimums. So if there was a risk that was going to materialize, we would have close conversations on what was going to happen up into, is the event going to happen? But we're forewarned on if staffing levels are low in any area of our deployment, and then we'll work to mitigate that pre-event. But those issues have not materialized based on the working relationship and the staffing pool that exists.
Thank you.
And thank you, Captain Fitting. Moving right ahead, Member Hardy, you asked to call out specifically what's different. I'll provide a highlight, and then our city attorney. Yes.
Before we do that, I want to go back to a question that was asked about the different rates on Exhibit B, standard, overtime, and double overtime. And I think there was a question of why are those rates different? So standard rate is the standard rate. The overtime rate, which is overtime/holiday, that's the rate used on a holiday. That overtime rate is also used anytime there's a employee working more than 8 hours but less than 12 hours. The double time rate is utilized when someone works more than 12 hours. And so that's why you see those 3 different levels based on what the shift would be.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah.
So on that, year one, we have a different, like hourly overtime, we only have a 5% delta between the base rates, whereas on the year 2 and 3, it's 30%. Is that as per the contract?
Yeah, there were negotiated rates.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Switching to your question, Member Hardy, I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to go over the high level. I think the biggest difference is the SLA, right? And so an SLA is sort of separate. It's an entire framework that, it's my understanding, was not included in the last agreement. And so that's a kind of a game changer, because you have to outline what you're going to do. You have to outline when you're going to get it done. And then there's all types of remedies, et cetera, that our city attorney, Googans, can cover. In addition to that, we listed financial penalties, insurance and indemnity requirement, the background checks that we'll touch on with the board chair's question. Performance audits without notice, that's really important, because we need to be able to do a spot check to see if the staff is performing and they're trained. So you go up and you say, hey, do you know X, Y, and Z? And this will be an unannounced performance audit. That was important to integrate, and that was not part of the original agreement. And then enhanced reporting, there's much more robust reporting, but I'll turn it over to the city attorney to add some additional color.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Baker. A couple things to add to that may span a few of the questions and be responsive to those. This agreement definitely enhances some of the details about what constitutes qualified, personnel, and the scope of work that the private security is expected, to perform. And as Mr. Baker pointed out, the SLA as kind of an enhanced, more detailed, version of that to be overseen in all cases, by Manco, but with consequences for failure to meet those, those specifications, which could range from financial penalties, up to termination of the contract. Again, they administer the contract, but it gives them kind of additional, closer oversight over the performance of their duties. A couple of things that we noticed that were in the contract that we actually made even some suggestions on to enhance are in the contract. I'll refer to a couple of the sections if you want to follow along. Performance of services, Section 8, includes provisions that require the contractor to, at all times, maintain a sufficient number of qualified personnel at the stadium, and if applicable, the related facilities, which is now defined more specifically for the performance of all of contractors'
City Attorney, may I ask you, are you just going to go through the contract, or are you going to say the difference between this contract and last time?
I'm highlighting things that are
Did we not
different.
have that in the last contract?
That not to this level of specificity, Mayor.
All right.
Yeah, is my understanding. And in addition, we've now defined qualified personnel as personnel that are backgrounded, hired, and trained in accordance with the standards set forth in this agreement. So, Madam Mayor, you pointed out, what are the training and the backgrounding requirements. As Captain Fitting pointed out, he might not go into the specific details of that, but there are now provisions in the contract that we enhanced in our comments that require the contractor to conduct in advance and as a condition of hiring, background and other security checks of all the personnel, consistent with industry best practices, and for me, and for probably you, importantly, in consultations with the Santa Clara Police Department. So we now actually have input, into that in determining what that appropriate background check standard is. Similarly, for training, not getting into the specifics of it, but they're supposed to conduct regularly scheduled employee training programs appropriate to the services provided, et cetera, again, in consultation with the City of Santa Clara Police Department. So we thought that those elements, were important and my understanding, Mayor, enhanced from the previous, contract. I think those are the ones that I wanted to touch on in addition to what were pointed out in the PowerPoint presentation, and obviously available to answer other specific questions folks might have about the contract itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guggens. So shifting gears to Member Watanabe, you had two questions, the standard versus double time rates. I think City Manager Grogan covered that. Is that a sufficient answer for you?
Yeah, I can. A little expansion on that connected to both Councilmember Watanabe's question and Councilmember Jahal's question on the calculation. So that difference, there's actually a lower negotiated overtime pay contractual rate in year one. And in year two, it's actually only 1.3 times. And I think you're familiar with a number of our employee contracts, it's 1.5. So able to negotiate a lower overtime rate here. The overtime contractual rate in year one is about 1.05. Again, that's our contractual rate, not the pay rate. So a bit of a savings there from the negotiations that were conducted. And the double time is always double time. And so that's why that math differs.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. The second question is, where is this staff located? And I'll turn it over to Captain Fitting to answer that question, if that's okay. Captain Fitting?
Yes. So I'm envisioning Gianni and Wilcox. Would that be correct, Board Member Watanabe? For your example?
Just anywhere, where are they placed around the north side, but also in and out of the stadium itself?
Those would all be allied security personnel. Where I was envisioning was at an ingress point to touching upon our perimeter. I could see that an employee would have a chair there for the extended period.
Mm-hmm.
They're there to be eyes for any security needs that need to be reported to the command post. Technology can only get us so far. They're also there as a point of contact and for anyone in the neighborhood that needs to report anything. So I could see them potentially having a chair for the long shift. I understand the optic of that, however.
Yes, especially when people are coming, before the game especially, and this is when I observed this, that they're just, sitting on the phone, when there are cars, driving into the neighborhoods, and it's that period of time that you want to have a deterrent. And
Yes.
I would imagine that they would be, just standing. I totally agree. They should have a chair, because if they're there for 8 hours, yes. Well, hopefully not 8 hours, but a football game doesn't last that long. But at the same time, they are there to be a deterrent as well. So I would hope that they are, fulfilling that role.
You're absolutely right, especially at those key times. The time for them to sit down and take a break of sorts would be, let's say when the event starts and there's no pedestrian traffic, no vehicle traffic. So with Allied's management, their audit spot checks, quality control should catch that. But I'll take that back to our conversation with Allied and with Manco.
Thank you, Captain Fitting.
Thank you, Captain Fitting. So those answers, I think, address your two questions, Member Watanabe. Okay, and moving to your questions, Madam Mayor, Board Chair, there were 3: background check, training prior to the events, and then how does this work with Super Bowl and FIFA? And so I think we touched on the background check just to kind of highlight that. We understand the background check requirements, but we define them in the agreement. They were not defined before. And so Mr. Guggen's outlined the steps to that background check. We can articulate those again. In terms of the difference, though, we are now enforcing those background checks. Training prior to the event, training needs to happen, but again, you have to provide oversight and you have to have spot checks to see if the people are actually trained, right? So yes, they say they're training them. So in this instance, they're going to outline exactly what the steps are to train them in the SLA, which they hadn't done before. And then we'll have the oversight to make sure that they're doing them through the spot checks. And if they're not, there'll be financial penalties and or material breach depending on the level of breach with the SLA. So there's a multi-step process for both the background check and the training to make sure it's best practices, and there's the spot checks and the oversight to be able to remedy that.
Who's doing the oversight and the spot checks?
So that is the responsibility of Manco Stad Manager. That's the agreement. But you know, Captain Fitting, if you want to weigh in on
Yes, yeah,
on that,
I could add some here, sir. So they have very articulate, a very articulate training program. The onboarding has minimum timeframes for training necessary prior to an event for a new employee. And then they have it broken down into enhancements that would come in subsequent events. So if it's your first event, you're going to get that frontline necessary training. You'll be put in a frontline position. As your responsibilities grow based on whatever security needs you're going to fill, you would have enhanced training. I'm looking at their menu of sorts, and there's probably over 50 topics that are covered as you go through each item of training. It starts with orientation, and then safety and emergency management, safe and effective interactions, core event operations, venue-specific training. It is detailed, and it is employed. They've also increased their training for their frontline supervisors, who are really some of the key pieces and key stakeholders in this process of safety and security and service, to really achieve what needs to be achieved. As an example, several months ago, they put their frontline supervisors through 40 hours of training on non-event days, obviously, over the course of a week prior to an event. I don't know if that touches upon the training aspect.
So the contractors, as you call them, employees / the contractors, are they trained the day of the event or prior to the events?
For some, they are trained the day of event, and that would be your very baseline security personnel. Your more enhanced training, no, they're receiving much more training in an offline capacity. They also have video vignettes that their staff will watch and that they put together. So it really depends on the role.
Thanks for the questions. The last question has to do with the major events, Board Chair, and I think it's important when we talked about the basis for the award to point out that the footprint in the Bay Area was one of the criteria. And I think we don't want to underemphasize that, because typically it takes 3 years to ramp a new security firm. That's the established amount of ramping for this kind of service, and that would be after those events, right? So this firm has shown continual improvement throughout the last part of this year, and they are located in the Bay Area. They have supervisors in the Bay Area, which we believe is critical for continuity for the major events. That's the first point. In terms of the deployment and how this firm will rise to those major events. We do know that FIFA World Cup is an unprecedented event, and we're going to have all hands on deck. Folks are going to have to be trained, and we're going to have to rely on partners that have an understanding of our footprint. And that's another, I think, reason that this contract is so critical. But I'd love for Captain Fitting to opine and weigh in on sort of how this agreement will, ensure success for those major events.
Yeah, I think you summarized it well as far as challenges for a security firm to come into a major sports venue or a major entertainment venue and efficiently, deploy the safety and security efforts needed. And Allied's hit the ground. They've done it for an extended period of time. And each event is a repetition for us to enhance and improve what we're doing. So that will continue to occur up to February 2026, and as we move into June 2026 as well. But each event is important. So the improvements we're seeing and the care and engagement is the most I've seen in my 11 years working the venue.
So that wasn't really my question, because pretty much Landmark is Allied, which is now this, whatever it's called now, Staff Pro. It's all the same company that we've had since the very beginning. I want to know how we're dealing with Super Bowl and World Cup financially and otherwise with this contract, because Super Bowl is an NFL event, so how is that dealt with in here? World Cup's a non-NFL event, and we have no agreements yet, so how, I mean, I don't want the stadium authority to take on all those costs, so is it mentioned in here? Is it presumed that they're going to have the work to be done for those events? Is it silent about those events? That's what I wanted to know.
Madam Mayor, I can weigh in on some of that and then can refer to the city manager or others to augment. My understanding for the Super Bowl as an NFL event is that while Allied may have some responsibilities, they may actually be supplemented or supplanted by the NFL security requirements for the Super Bowl. So I'm not exactly sure about that, but it will clearly be a Super Bowl cost. That will not be a stadium authority cost in that instance. With respect to the I'm sorry?
In NFL, like every other NFL.
Like every other NFL event. With respect to the non-NFL events, Mayor, you're on a subject we're currently defining now for purposes of our agreement, and our general understanding now is, with language to define this further, that costs that are typically assigned to non-NFL events now, which include, my understanding is, janitorial, costs, contract services, private security costs that are allocable to a non-NFL event, will be handled the same way in this instance. So in other words, that this will be a cost allocated to the FIFA World Cup events that would be paid for by Area Host Committee as in effect the party putting on those events. So we're refining all those definitions now. We're getting into some of the nuances of what's overhead and what's an event allocable cost. And my expectation is that, at this point in our discussions, that these private security costs would be allocated to those events and paid for by to the extent allocable to those events would be paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee.
And when are we going to see these agreements?
Mary, you said that so gleefully.
I know.
We're working on them.
I'm anticipating them.
You're with great expectation.
So is the public.
We're working on them. Yep.
When
And
now?
I don't want to give you an exact date because I don't want to miss it because there's multiple
No,
parties
they've
involved.
been missed a few times already, so.
That may be
Will
fair.
it be this year?
Mayor, yes.
Really? Okay. Fantastic.
Yes.
We're running out of time. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Becker, your light's been on.
Yeah, my question's regarding the pay rate. I know that Councilmember Jane talked about it, which is 26 something in San Jose. We're at 36 something, I think, what is said on the last round of questions. is 36 something per hour, and you're saying that now that was what's billed to the contract? And so kind of, I've been there before. I've been a temp where you get company that bills and then you get paid a certain amount. So if it's billing for 36, then how much are they really paying the people? And is this the same people that are coming on buses? I think that Landmark was doing from before as well.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Becker. Don't have the information right now on what the vendor is paying their various employees, and I know that they compensate them differently based on job duties, but contractually, what, in this case, Manco, or we would be authorizing Manco to enter into, would be to pay the contractor these rates. They would determine what they pay their employees, similar to a lot of our other contracts where the contractors have employees and they handle those negotiations with those employees. So don't have that information, but can seek to get it and provide it if we can identify that information.
All right. Was there other questions? Or was
Those
that
were
it?
all the questions I had.
Very good. I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion? Somebody?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Did you get that, City Clerk? Any other comments?
I can make a comment.
Quick comment?
Yeah, quick comment.
Okay.
The stadium manager recommendation of award summary was very well prepared. Like, I wish we can have the same type of a summary for our other contracts within the city, because it was a very detailed process and very well documented. So once you go through that, you really know how well different teams have done their work. So I commend them for that, but I would also like if we can implement the similar type of standardized process for the city contracts. Thank you.
I'm going to support the motion with high hopes that the training, background checks, and others will be enhanced. That's all I can say at this point. All right, City Clerk, when you're ready, or Stadium Authority Clerk, whatever we are right now. Please register your vote.
Okay. Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Becker.
Yes.
3 out, okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the reports. Thank you. All right.
Good night,
Last-
everyone.
Good morning, Captain Fittings. Good morning. All right, thank you. All right, next and last item, we have item number 6, action on city position on proposed League of California Cities 2024 resolution on fair and equal treatment of all governmental officials at all levels. Quick report, City Manager.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As you said, this is a resolution that will appear at the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo that is occurring next week in Long Beach, California. Staff and your legislative consultant, Townsend Public Affairs, have prepared an analysis and a resolution for you to consider. This presentation will be made by Christine Jung from the City Manager's Office, and Casey Elliott from Townsend Public Affairs is also on the line and still up tonight to support you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christine Jung from the City Manager's Office. I'll be presenting on this agenda item, which requires council action on the city's position on a proposed League of California Cities resolution on fair and equal treatment of all governmental officials at all levels. Next. The League of California Cities, also referred to as Cal Cities in the report and PowerPoint, will hold its annual conference in Long Beach, California from October 16th to 18th next week. There will be a General Assembly meeting on October 18th as part of the conference where member cities voting delegates will debate and consider general and petition resolutions. Resolutions that are approved at the General Assembly become official Cal Cities policy. In order to cast a vote during the General Assembly, the city's city council is required to designate a voting delegate and up to 2 alternates to serve in that capacity. As part of the September 24th meeting, the city council appointed Councilmember Park as the City of Santa Clara's voting delegate for the 2024 annual conference. Cal Cities also encourages each city council to consider the submitted resolution and determine a city position so that the voting delegates can represent their city position on the resolution at the General Assembly. Through the resolutions process, the City of Glendora has submitted a resolution for consideration. The resolution would ask Cal Cities to call on the governor and legislature to adopt a policy that states, this California state legislature shall not enact and the governor shall not sign into law any law or regulation that applies solely to elected officials of California cities and counties, unless such law or regulation also applies equally to the members of the California State Assembly and Senate. This prohibition shall not apply to laws or regulations affecting the inherent powers of the legislative branch under the California Constitution. Next. General resolutions submitted for consideration must be concurred by at least 5 member cities or individual members. The proposed resolution received concurrence from elected officials from the cities of Arcadia, Azusa, Laverne, Lomita, and Rancho Palos Verdes. Next. For context, the state legislature introduces between 2,000 to 3,000 bills each year. Over time, there have been numerous bills enacted that apply to local elected officials or impact the actions that local elected officials are permitted to take. Examples of such laws include the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, portions of the Political Reform Act of 1974, and recent laws limiting the ability of local elected officials to take certain actions related to local planning and zoning. In each of those cases, the legislature has found a compelling need to apply the law at the local level, but have not maintained consistency by applying the same laws to their own members. Next. In some situations, the underlying governmental actions are taken at the local level and not at the state level, so it may not make sense to have those laws apply to state officials. Other laws, such as the Brown Act and Public Records Act, specifically exempt members of the legislature from their provisions, and the legislature has approved laws that are less stringent on state officials. Next. Staff and the city's legislative consultant, Townsend Public Affairs, have reviewed the proposed resolution against the city's legislative advocacy policy, also referred to as the LAP policy, for potential alignment. The LAP policy establishes guidance for advancing city positions through legislative advocacy at all levels of government and provide guidance for city officials when they're asked to review public policy matters. The LAP includes legislative guiding principles and requires the annual adoptions of LAPs that outline the city's legislative priorities. While the city's 2024 LAPs cover a wide range of topics, they do not include any specific position that directly applies to the proposed resolution. However, while not directly applicable, the legislative guiding principles in certain 2024 LAPs do include positions that aim to protect and or increase local government discretion, support legislation that provides local jurisdictions with authority over land use decision, and oppose efforts that reduce local control and local jurisdictions' autonomy on certain issues. As the council considers the proposed resolution, it should be noted that certain components of the resolution may have potential constitutional constraints. For example, the resolution contains language that states, this prohibition shall not apply to laws or regulations affecting the inherent powers of the legislative branch under the California Constitution. While the legislature does have constraints on types of legislation that can be considered due to specific provisions within the state constitution, for the most part, the legislature has broad latitude to approve laws as they see fit. If necessary, courts also have the ability to review laws to ensure that they're not in conflict with provisions of the US or state constitution. Additionally, voters have the ability to reject or modify approved laws through the use of the referendum and initiative process. Another component that may have potential constitutional constraints is the direction to Cal Cities to call upon the governor or of the state of California and the elected members of the California legislature, including all members of the Senate and Assembly, to adopt the following policy. The legislature does not adopt policies. To carry out the policy within the proposed resolution, the legislature would need to approve a bill, which would then need to be signed into law by the governor. Many of the examples cited as need for the bill are contained within the state constitution and have been approved by voters in addition to or in place of the state legislature. Based on the analysis, it has been determined that the proposed resolution does not directly impact city operations, nor is there a direct alignment with the city's LAPs or legislative guiding principles. As such, the proposed resolution is being presented to the council for consideration. The city council could take one of the following positions with regard to the proposed resolution: approve, disapprove, or abstain. It is important to note that the proposed resolution may be amended during the deliberation process at the General Assembly, and should a resolution be adopted, further analysis will be conducted by Cal City staff, and adjustments and compromises to the proposed actions may occur through the Cal City's legislative advocacy process. Next. Staff's recommendation for this item is to have council discussion and action on the proposed Cal City's 2024 resolution. And once council has determined a position, then authorize the city's voting delegate, Councilmember Park, to cast a vote consistent with the city council's position during the Cal City's 2024 General Assembly. That concludes my presentation. Staff and our consultant from Townsend Public Affairs are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. When I read through this, I was quite surprised to know that the state legislature has made themselves immune to the Brown Act or the public records request. So even if there were changed, is that possible to make things retroactive, or would this just be a going forward that things would need to be equally applied if this passes? And I was wondering, because our basic, although we're all in government, they write laws and pass bills. We don't do that. So I'm wondering if there's what their thinking was possibly for thinking that we should have different rules than them. I wonder, when I read through this, I wasn't clear if there was any thinking or any justification, I guess, for having things different for local officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. It seems to me that having the state legislators subject to the Brown Act, the same as we do, would maybe force them to revise some of the provisions. Like if I go to a bed and breakfast in New Hampshire, I have to post 3 days in advance the agenda on the door of the building. That's kind of ridiculous to me, but maybe if they had to feel that pain, they would change that rule. So thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to support this legislation. I'm not sure if the legislature will do anything about it, but it just sends a message that if they're proposing laws for us, they should be subject to those laws as well. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I mean, if I look at, I actually read this quite a bit since I may be, the person that may cast the vote, but I mean, they do point out a lot of differences, meaning what's the difference between an elected official and the legislative body, which is multiple officials. They point out that the Brown Act applies to the body and not to an individual council member. There are things like that. I also feel that it doesn't really go that far because it's for all future. It's about enacting. You cannot enact or pass a law or a bill, but it does not do anything to amend previous existing laws or existing rules that don't apply, which is kind of unfortunate. I agree with Councilmember Jane. If the officials, if the state officials are not subject to the same rules, then there will be no movement to change or amend rules that are difficult or hard to, or don't make sense in some cases. Very limiting for local officials, but none of the state officials have this kind of problem. I also was a little disappointed with the analysis by the Cal City staff. I mean, I think that some of the English runs afoul of Fowler's English, but would look beyond that to say that in general I support the idea. Whether or not it will lead to meaningful changes, I don't know. There are a lot of changes that have been attempted to align what state and other officials have to do compared to local officials that weren't successful. So it looks like going forward, we may have a little bit more alignment, but for what exists today, we won't, we'll have to fight for each one of those differences one by one. But in general, I'm supportive of the idea. Thank you.
All right, before we go to, Councilmember Watanabe.
I was just going to say I support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was a question. Councilmember Hardy, did you have a question in the beginning?
There's a few in there, Madam Mayor, yeah, and I can.
A few questions?
Yeah, a couple that I'll take a crack at and then refer to staff to if I misstep. You talked about retroactive. It couldn't be. It would need to be, as a couple of you pointed out, prospective if it has any impact at all. A couple of you pointed out surprise that the state government's not subject to the Brown Act. They do have an equivalent of that. It's the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It's different in meaningful respects, but they're not entirely exempt from those things, nor obligations to provide, public records. It's just different. And I think that's one of the things that I think was very well highlighted in this presentation. As drafted, this provision may be a little unworkable with how different state government is relative to, local government. And I think what the mayor pointed out and others of you have pointed out, in many respects, this makes this more of a symbolic, action, than anything. I don't know that it was drafted so carefully that it could actually be adopted in the form that it was tendered and have any kind of meaningful impact on them in my quick review, of it. But it certainly would have the value of sending a message of frustration with frequent experiences that we've all seen where they know better and tell us we need to do certain things, but don't, have them doing similar things. So those are my thoughts in response to some of the questions and comments. I'll turn it over to Ms. Jung with any supplemental comments on that.
No, that was perfectly said. Thank you, City.
Thank you. So Councilmember Hardy, any member of the public want to speak on this issue? All right, Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion then to accept staff's recommendation for the council. We've had our discussion that which aims to ensure a resolution which aims to ensure fair and equal treatment of all government officials, and that we're sending our voting delegate with that message.
To support the proposed.
To support the
language.
proposed, Cal City's 2024 resolution.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Vice Mayor Becker. Councilmember Park, your light's on. You still have something
Just
to say?
clarification. I think the motion would be to support the resolution, and then the second part would be to send the representative to Cal Cities to vote in support of the resolution. Okay.
That's what it was. All right. City Clerk.
Yes.
No, I don't see it. Does anybody see? Oh, now I see it. Please register your vote.
Give me a second. Councilmember Watanabe, yes. And Vice Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Chung. Thank you. Thank you, staff. All right. Next, reports of council members and special committees. Do we have any? 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, there were two hands that went up right when I clicked onto this item, so if you want to click on this item, if you raise your hand, do it to this item. Your hands went up on the last item.
I don't know what you're talking about. What? I'm sorry. We voted on that item. You want to go back to that item?
No.
Oh,
They raised their hand for this item. I had not clicked time stamped into this item yet. Thank you.
okay. Okay, but what is, oh, for this one? All right, very good. I thought you were going to the last one. Okay. All right, Councilmember Watanabe. Let's all give quick reports.
Yes.
It's going to be midnight.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out and a thank you to everybody who was connected with the Parade of Champions on Saturday. And it was a usual successful event, even despite the heat, but well attended, and good job to everybody who was involved.
It was fun. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to say first that I attended the Diwali celebration. That was a really good stand for the city of Santa Clara to recognize such an important cultural event. And I also attended the Parade of Champions, but what I'm reporting officially now is that from September 25th to 27th, I attended the NCPA annual conference in Napa. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of notable speakers. They had Scott Corwin, the president and CEO of American Public Power Association. It has 2,000 municipal utilities and 800 co-ops for electric utilities. One of the highlights was Dr. Christopher Thornburg, UCLA PhD. He was a Chicago school economist, but he's changed his mind. The Chicago school, he works for Beacon Economics. The Chicago school says that people are rational agents, and in reality, it's this thing called narratives that drive our decisions. So all these people were saying 2 years ago we were on the verge of a recession. There were all these doomsayers, and people started acting on that. In reality, that never happened. Consumer spending is 70% of GDP, so if you want to know about the U.S. economy, look at how consumers are doing. Beacon is currently worried because asset prices for stocks and such are way too high, and the 6.2% federal deficit is overheating the economy. GDP is growing at a 3% growth rate. Americans are still having fun. Airlines are booming. Restaurants are booming. Vegas is booming. And there's currently 1.3 job openings for every unemployed worker. It was kind of surprising that the president and CEO of PG&E actually showed up to a public power event, and she admitted that PG&E has been doing terribly and is going to do better. So that was her message. And of course, my favorite speaker was Sunny Westcott. She's the chief meteorologist and cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency at the Department of Homeland Security, and she talked about climate change. And as we know, Hurricane Milton, which was Hurricane Category 5, was supposed to weaken to a Category 3, is still at a Category 5, and is probably going to hit Tampa as a Category 4 or 5. So it's going to be bad news. And, FEMA needs more money to respond after Helene. Just handling the EPA's price tag for fixing all our water infrastructure is $3 trillion. So we have to invest in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I also attended the Volley event. I thought it was a very nice event for the for the place that it was in. I think it had a lot of things there. There were a lot of people there. There were performances all day. I went in the morning with Councilmember Hardy. We just missed Councilmember Jane when he arrived a little bit later, but there were so many other things that were going on. For example, there was the public pool opening at the Killarney Farms pool, which was another great success. We had, I think, hundreds of kids show up. I know that I'm counting by the number of ICs that were handed out. It's quite a few. Also, wanted to have a shout out for the Parade of Champions, which I thought was another great event. In fact, this one I thought went even more smoothly than all the other ones that I've attended. Very happy there. And lastly, I don't think it would be good if I left out the fact that Thursday is World Mental Health Day, set out by the World Mental Health Foundation. And the focus for this year is actually workplace mental health. And I think that this is something that right now is timely. I mean, companies like Google and others have known about this for many, many, many years, as they've hired a lot of public therapists and psychiatrists for internal use, and basically deprived the public with some of these mental health services. I think they've understood the importance of mental health within their companies, and we need to drive the mental health issues just as strongly as they have been doing. Thank you.
Okay, City Manager, Executive Director report.
No report. I was actually going to say something similar to what Councilmember Kathy Watanabe said about the Parade of Champions, and just congratulate staff for all of their hard work. It was amazing to see everyone out there in the heat protecting and serving the community.
Thank you. And I think we'll be probably doing something for the organizers and a lot of the volunteers, teenage volunteers, at a later council meeting. So that leads us to our adjournment, and I do have an adjournment for this evening. I'd like to ask the council to please adjourn the October 8th, 2024 tonight's meeting, we're still tonight, in memory of Judy Todd Brown, a former City of Santa Clara employee. Judy Todd Brown passed away on September 9th, 2024. Judy was the daughter of Dean M. Todd and Lois Werrett Todd of Heber City, Utah. A graduate of Wasatch High School and the University of Utah. Judy used her degree in journalism to work for the Salt Lake Tribune and the Santa Clara Sun newspapers. She was a civil servant for the City of Santa Clara, worked as a photographer and graphic design artist for the Parks and Recreation Department, and was a beloved bookmobile lady for the library. Wow, she did a lot. She and her husband lived and raised their children in Santa Clara and belonged to St. Lawrence Parish for over 50 years. Judy was proud to be part of the Santa Clara and Roseville Women's Clubs, Daughters of the American Revolution and the Children of the American Revolution, City of Santa Clara Retirees, St. Peter's and Paul Ladies Guild, and Mother's Bible Study. Judy is survived by her husband Chuck, her 3 children, Michelle, Shauna, and Nicholas, and 9 grandchildren. Judy will be deeply missed by all that knew her. So may I ask the council to adjourn in memory of Judy Todd Brown?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second for this adjournment in Ms. Todd Brown's memory. Please register your vote.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yes. Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Get home safely.